Good evening. This is a regular meeting of the Select Board for Tuesday, October 19th, 2021. Let's go into announcements and updates. I have two. So we've been asked to give guidance on Halloween activities. At this time, Halloween activities and other autumn winter festivals and events held outdoors are and will be allowed in the town of Brookline. For more information, please visit the Brookline Public Health Department website found on the town's website. Also, I am a member of the Rotary Club here in Brookline, and I just wanted to share that the Rotary Club of Brookline is hosting a Halloween Dog Day event on Sunday, October 31st from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Brookline Avenue Playground. Come celebrate your dog and or appreciate all the other cute, talented, lovable dog friends in town. Learn about services available for dogs and the many jobs dogs perform in service to us humans. There will be talent contests and costume contests, which I will be judging. For more information, please visit their website, brooklinerotary.org. Any of the other select board members? Miriam.
Thank you, Heather. First of all, my dog, Nori, will be a hot dog, and the other dog will be a pineapple. So just putting that right in there. So I have two announcements. The Brookline Commission on Disability is looking for a new member. So please consider joining us. We meet monthly, typically on the second Wednesday at 5:30. And we would love to have someone join us, especially if you fall in any of the categories defined as a disability. We especially love you to join us, but anybody is welcome. And it's really, I have to say, a very warm, welcoming, and great, smart, fun group of people. It's a fun commission to sit on. And also, Brookline will be holding a flu clinic Sunday, October 24th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Brookline High School gym. You do need to register. If you go to brookline.gov/health, there's a link you can click to register. Anyone 6 months and older, and I cannot impress upon you how important it is to get your flu shot, especially this year, because the flu was almost non-existent last year, which means that I think that there's a very high likelihood we'll see a very huge spike in flu cases this year. So please get your flu shot. That's it.
And Bernard. And you'll have to unmute.
Yes, sorry, but I really have to mention something that happened yesterday. I turned on the TV while eating breakfast and learned the heartbreaking news of the death of an American giant and a truly great, but not perfect human being, Colin Powell. He's former Secretary of State and four-star general. Colin Powell went to City College of New York, where he participated in the ROTC program, after which he went into the Army, and the rest is history. So, the reason I'm raising this is that there's a lot we can learn from Colin Powell's life. But one thing I think I want to emphasize, especially in this time, when we're welcoming Afghanistani refugees and others to our country, that America benefits greatly when we open our arms to people from faraway places. And I guess the way I look at Colin Powell is that we gave his parents an opportunity to live and prosper in America, and they gave us Colin Powell. So I just wanted to say that because really, I found it very painful that he died, especially under the circumstances that he died. Okay, a couple other things. First of all, I really want people to find people who are interested in the Disabilities Commission. That is incredibly important. I agree with you, Miriam. I've seen a number of situations in town where the issues facing people in wheelchairs or people who are sight impaired, et cetera, are sort of ignored in the way that we put together both, warrant articles as well as other things in town. So it's important to have people with disabilities, especially on the Disabilities Commission, so that they can be sensitive or help the commission be sensitive to the not always obvious needs that people with disabilities have. Next, on Thursday, beginning at 4:30 at Police Tribute Park at 350 Washington Street, the Jennifer A. Lynch Committee Against Domestic Violence will hold its 12th annual vigil against domestic violence, followed by a candlelight walk to the Remembrance Garden at the Public Health Building. There will be speakers, including DA Michael Morrissey and others. And finally, I just want to note that in the Select Board's packet are 2 items related to the cannabis warrant articles we will discuss tonight. First, you may recall that at the August 3rd meeting, the mission opening plan was presented, and I objected to the way they described their diversity hiring, which used the vague term BIPOC, whatever that means. I stated that the legalization law is intended specifically for Black and Hispanic individuals, and urged them to send us something that was more descriptive of their diversity hiring. And they did that last Friday, finally. So that's in your packet, and I urge people to look at that. Secondly, I also requested that the Cannabis Control Commission look into the Justin Bieber marketing of a cannabis product named after a popular song among young people of his, with a chorus that says, "I get my peaches from Georgia, I get my weed from California." The marketing campaign, in my opinion, targets teens who know that Bieber started with cannabis when he was 13 years old. I think that's bad. The commission is okay with it. It's not okay with me, but you should just be aware that the decision of the commission is also in the packet, at least the informal decision of the commission. So that's it.
Thank you. Any other comments, John?
Yes, thanks very much. Thanks to Devin, if in fact a couple of images that I sent at the very last minute arrived in time. Here's the first one. This is my reminder to everyone that the process for engagement and input as to the community's wishes on funding from the American Rescue Plan, that process begins on Thursday of this week. You'll see here the dates and the times. And then to get the link information, you can get that either from the website of the Brookline Community Foundation, which very generously has partnered with the town to sort of oversee this community engagement process. Or you can just go to the Brookline website, the town website, where you'll see prominently featured on the right-hand side of the page an announcement about the ARPA program and the schedule of meetings. So that's announcement number 1. And then next picture, announcement number 2 is, imagine my surprise, perhaps a pleasant surprise in a way, unpleasant in another way, to have seen a headline. Well, we lost the picture, but I'll just go ahead. Here it is, it's back again. So there's a very good news site. I recommend it to everyone. It's called Mass Live. It's sort of focused on the western part of the state, but has a lot of good information on it. And they carried the story of how there are 87 Massachusetts communities from which Eversource, we all know what Eversource is, our utility, to be more specific, our electric utility, is withholding millions of dollars in taxes from 87 Massachusetts communities. Now imagine even more my surprise, given that this was a story from the western part of the state, that it started out by mentioning communities from Brookline in the east to Springfield in the west have been affected by this policy that Eversource seems to have of not paying its taxes. So quick detail, this goes back, I believe, based on information from our own assessor, to 2013. The amount of accumulated unpaid taxes by Eversource to the town of Brookline is now nearly $7 million. And by the way, that includes a substantial amount of penalty fees, which are in fact accumulating at the rate of 14% a year. So if you're an Eversource customer, just think about the fact that in all likelihood, because Eversource tends to lose these cases whenever they finally get adjudicated in the courts, in all likelihood, your utility is going to have to add to your rates the 14% interest that they are paying on unpaid taxes to 87 Massachusetts communities, including, if you live in Brookline, your own hometown of Brookline, which is owed nearly $7 million by Eversource. Quick note, which is for those of you thinking and praying that this will mean a beneficial windfall of some $7 million to the town. It doesn't work that way, unfortunately. If they ever do pay up, it will simply mean that we don't have to carry this on our books as we are now carrying it, as taxes do. And we will actually have the money in hand, but it will not substantially impact what we pay in taxes or benefit us in terms of additional revenues to be raised. But it'll at least make us feel a little bit better about the fact that we have a utility company that doesn't renege on paying taxes. And I'm going to have this story very much in my mind the next time Eversource appears before the select board with a request for some kind of permit or some kind of special acknowledgement of a relationship. And I'm just going to look at them and say to myself, these are the people who owe us $7 million in taxes. I wonder when they're going to pay it. Thanks, Devin.
Raul.
Sure, and thanks, Heather. I'll try to be brief. A couple things. One, fully endorse attending the annual vigil against domestic violence. Again, that's Thursday. It's an amazing event. I've been to it in the past. Unfortunately, I teach during that time. Otherwise, I'd be there again. But encourage people to go. I wanted to give a shout out to another event that I unfortunately missed. I wasn't back in time for the Mothers Out Front event around really highlighting the need for another utility company, National Grid, to do more to finally address all the gas leaks that are in Brookline and elsewhere. And if you are interested in learning more about that topic, just search Mothers Out Front Brookline in Google or Bing or whatever you use, and you'll get some information about that and why it's so important. I'd say also I didn't get a chance last week to comment on the Alston settlement and the town meeting vote that we had 2 weeks ago. I was actually last week had gotten married and was away on taking some time after that. So what I did want to just say is thank you to all of the organizers, and thank you to town meeting members that saw the wisdom of us turning the page on that issue, but not doing so in a way that forgets about the kinds of issues that we need to discuss as a community, specifically around racial, economic, social justice, but one that actually could propel us forward. This board, since I've been on, has taken up issues. We work to champion that racial equity advancement fund, that grant that now is with the BCF, the Brookline Community Foundation. They're having the first meeting of the committee tonight to try to start to think through the application process and what that's going to look like moving forward. So I'm very excited about that. We've got our Brookline Housing Authority partnership up and running as well. Work on policing and public safety that's taken place over the last year, and also really rethinking our approach to social services. All of these have a racial justice, racial equity component. There are those who say that it is wrong to highlight the flaws in our system, that it is wrong to bring attention to issues of racial inequities in Brookline. It is wrong to call racist things racist. Those people are wrong. Racism exists in every community. I doubt you'll be able to find one where it doesn't exist. The difference between communities where racism exists and is allowed to fester and communities like ours right now, where folks in town meeting, on this select board, and especially organizers and activists in the community are calling us to action. That's the kind of community I want to live in. And frankly, that's the kind of community I think more and more folks from communities of color are going to want to live in. So those of us that recognize that there are issues and want to fix those issues, we don't hate Brookline. We care about Brookline. We live in Brookline. We're your neighbors. Our kids go to your schools. We shop in the same places you do. We just want to live in a community that respects and values all people. And we know that we're not going to do that by being silent about the issues that matter in our community. We know that we're not going to do that about being silent about issues related to racial justice. And so we'll keep speaking out and we'll keep making those kinds of changes. So just thanks to everybody that is moving us forward, that's on the right side of this, and I'm looking forward to doing more of that kind of work on the select board and in the community. Thanks.
Great. If there are no other updates, we can move into public comment. So Raul, do you want to take it?
Here we go. Yeah, Heather, I saw you give it a go last week. I don't know. I'm gonna try to see if I can.
My very abbreviated,
Yeah.
like you get 3 minutes.
There you go. So, folks, I'll give you the grand entrance. Welcome. Thank you for joining us for public comment. This is an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules I'd like to share. Each person tonight is limited to just 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you'd like. Please refrain from personal attacks and addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer to you and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and when your time is up, please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. So Devin, who's first on our list?
First person signed up for public comment is Betsy Pollock. You've been promoted to a panelist and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm here to speak as an advocate for senior issues in town, and I am the president of the Brookline Senior Center Board of Directors. And what I want to say is I want to urge you to please remember, include, and address the needs of Brookline's older adult population when making decisions about the allocation of the $32 million in funds from the American Rescue Plan Act. The older population has been and remains the most affected and most vulnerable segment of a society to the ravages of COVID-19 and now the persistent Delta variant. These monies provide an opportunity to better the difficulties faced by the most disproportionately impacted group in our community, our seniors. Remember that over 20% of Brookline's population is over 60. Many struggle with the consequences of the pandemic: isolation, food and housing insecurity, job loss, domestic violence, financial scams, difficulty accessing healthcare and technology, and even death. The following is a list of 6 specific needs. 1, we need an additional full-time geriatric social worker to address mental health needs and isolation. 2, we need subsidized and efficient transportation, both to the Brookline Senior Center and to healthcare and other necessary appointments. 3, we need job training and a restoration of previous employment opportunities for older adults, as well as the development of new ones. 4, we need a variety of food insecurity programs specific to older adults, including daily meals, grocery delivery, and assistance with applying for benefits and access to other food programs. 5, we need to identify and train people to provide homemaking services to address the acute shortage of trained home care workers, as well as their traditionally low pay. And 6, we need to address the technology needs of seniors with laptops and training. And we definitely need to update the technology capacity of the Brookline Senior Center. The Council on Aging will be submitting proposals to effectively deal with these pressing issues. We urge the community supports and prioritizes older adults as Brookline allocates ARPA funds. Thank you. I managed to read that in 3 minutes. I'm, proud of myself.
Betsy, that's great. And if you can also send that to us to the board in an email, I think that'd be really helpful. Thank you.
I'd be happy to. I think we just really have to be careful to remember that seniors are really integrated into our community at every level, and many have unknown needs that you wouldn't suspect. And I appreciate all of your consideration.
Next person signed up for public comment is Susan Park. Susan, you've been promoted to a panelist. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thanks, Devin. My name is Susan Park. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 2. And I wanted to just talk about a letter that I got from Matt Green, a clinical director of Samim Associates in Newton. He was, just a little background about him. He chaired the City of Newton Substance Abuse Coalition for 10 years. And he was also the special advisor to the mayor of Newton. Basically, he sent a letter saying that the major concern that we have on a daily basis in his addiction center is treating addiction, cannabis addiction. And this is compounded by the fact that cannabis marijuana is legalized, but we accept that because it's legalized, but its availability through dispensaries has created a risk to all ages who use the substance, but especially the adolescent population. And he said with 2 asterisks, what we see at our clinic is that the availability has increased both the legal marketplace as well as in the Black marketplace. So, at the 2016 polls, I think people thought that opening the dispensaries would then decrease the Black market. But what he's finding on a daily basis is it's actually, it did not deliver. So in the legal marketplace, cannabis is readily available, but because the prices for various quantities are high due to sales tax, it's increased the desire for individuals to purchase their doses from the Black market. He also says that he has several patients who actually did die of an overdose because of the marijuana and fentanyl due to the Black market. Which people are being pushed more towards because the dispensary prices are too high for people. And with that, I'm just going to go back to my slide presentation because I didn't quite have enough time the other day. So I'm just going to jump to slide 15. And here it is. Okay, so basically, just going back to what I was talking about on October 5th, Brookline already has 4 stores, 8 delivery licenses. And what we're seeing, a psychologist yesterday at our public hearing
You have
said
30 seconds.
that more stores increase greater access. And what voters didn't understand when they voted was just how many licenses would be issued. So this would just allow us to go back to the polls to round down, but all 4 licenses would stay intact, but the rounding down would help the access. And warrant Article 7 increases the number of storefront businesses to 50%. It's social justice is built on the backs of children. And I think we need to just really acknowledge that that's what it is.
You've reached 2 minutes.
So thank you. I just want to say that I would hope that you would support these. Thank you.
Next person signed up for public comment is Richard Strock. You've been promoted and your 3 minutes will begin when you unmute.
Hi, thank you guys for having me again. I guess I'm getting to be a more frequent visitor here. And Raul, if I heard correctly that you just got married, I want to say congratulations. That's wonderful. Susan actually spoke on something that I had wanted to speak on myself. I didn't realize she was going to comment on this, but I also had a conversation with Matt Green today. And, as I've worked more and more closely on this, I've been working to really kind of understand on a deeper level what some of the factors are that are going on. And one thing I've been having a hard time with is understanding the impact of these dispensaries on the Black market. And there have been some communities where unfettered access to legalized marijuana has driven down the Black market. But it's a very confusing dynamic. And there are a number of forces that mediate what happens, including whether or not places like Oregon, which have a surplus of legal marijuana that they don't know what to do with, are feeding Black markets. But I also spoke with Matt Green today, and I was incredibly impressed with him. He's got about 30 years in this industry, and I'd like to send his bio to you folks when I'm done, so you can see how substantial a person he is. And I said to him, help me understand this. How is Black market being fueled by more expensive marijuana? In other words, how can somebody come into a dispensary, buy expensive marijuana, and then bring it to the Black market and make money off it if the Black market is supposed to be selling it at a cheaper price? And he said, well, that's only one thing they're doing. Another thing they are doing is just what Susan said. They are lacing this with fentanyl and selling it as more expensive marijuana. And they're gaining access through these dispensaries. And sometimes the people know that it's being laced with fentanyl or other things, sometimes they don't. And I guess where I'm going with this is the deeper I get into this, the more complex I think these issues are. I admire the need for social equity, and it is a valuable goal. But I think we don't yet understand what this tiger is that we've got by the tail. And I guess I would say, I think we can always come back to this, but we can't put the genie back in the bottle. So I would encourage you guys to hold off on a vote on this tonight. Look a little more into some of these issues before you decide. If I can't convince you of that, John, you and I had a wonderful conversation, and you said what you'd like to see is compromise at this table.
You have 30 seconds.
And the one thing that would be reassuring is this: if this is truly just about social equity and you feel absolutely committed to going forward with warrant Article 7, I'd like you to really consider warrant Article 8, because it is a way in the bigger framework, although it may not immediately lower the cap, it keeps things more in scale with what we voted on and allows social equity. So the two could partner and give some balance. And that's about it. Thank you very much for hearing me.
The next person signed up for public comment is Chi-Chi Wu. Chi-Chi, you've been promoted to a panelist. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Devin, and thank you, Heather, for allowing me to speak early in the conversation, early in the meeting about warrant Article 15 language access. I understand it's up for a vote later tonight. I will be in an advisory committee meeting also discussing the same warrant article, so I appreciate the timing here. And the reason I wanted to address the select board is because I have seen the memo of 3:30 from Melissa Goff to the select board about warrant Article 15, as well as the memo from town council. And I'd like to address some of the issues that have been raised by the email and the memo. First of all, I found it really interesting because if you actually read the memo, it supports parts of the warrant article. It does talk about the need for Title VI compliance and the fact that the town should be undertaking a 4-factor analysis like the warrant article says would require, and developing a language access plan. So I find it ironic, the idea that there shouldn't be a vote or a warrant article when town council's memo actually supports it. Now, there's been some pushback on this idea of creating a position in the bylaws saying, well, you know, do we want to do that? There is certainly lots of precedent for it. If you look at the bylaws, I count at least 10 positions in the that have been established by the bylaws. Everything from town administrator to chief information officer, director of planning community development, chief diversity officer, ADA coordinator. Now you might say, well, those are important positions. Of course, they're specified in the bylaws. Well, I think a language access position is really important. You know, at the last select board meeting, there was a statement made to the effect that this is a solution in search of a problem. I found that utterly astounding. 10% of our population is limited English proficient. 5% of those are Asian. And it's not just the folks who are Asian American who are limited LEP that are affected. I mean, they have family members. This is an issue our community cares a lot. We are, at this point, probably 1 in 5 residents of this town. We are the largest racial minority. You know, in the spring, you guys issued a statement supporting the Asian American community, and that was great. But let's back that up with some action, some concrete steps. This town hasn't done right by LEP residents during past decades. I didn't want to say it last time. I'm going to say it now. We haven't been in compliance with Title VI, and we should be. And Brookline should be a model, not behind and not in non-compliance for its LEP and Asian American residents. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Alok Somani. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, thank you, Devin. This is Alok. First, I just want to start off by thanking Bernard for his follow-up on the Justin Bieber Netta marketing tie-up. I really appreciate that he took that action, and we have gotten some sort of response from the state. I want to just point out that I've also received in the mail a flyer advertising marijuana delivery, and I personally received that, and I know others that have received advertisements which included coupons. So marketing and advertising seems to be a free-for-all right now with this new industry. And one of the reasons I just want to share that I've been able to discover, and perhaps this isn't the only reason, is that because marijuana is not legal in the United States, it is not regulated at the national level. So the FDA, which does regulate, for example, is not for marijuana.
Look, I don't
That
want
is
to
done. I'm
interrupt
sharing
you,
this,
but
such as the one proposed.
Hey, look, you're breaking up.
yeah, just so you know, we couldn't hear part of what you said, but now that you're off camera, I think hopefully we'll be able to hear you better.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Sorry for that. I'll just go back. I'll just very briefly say thank you to Bernard if you hadn't heard that. And then the second point was building on the response that he received. One of the reasons why marketing and advertising seems to be unfettered in Massachusetts is because marijuana is not regulated at the national level. So for example, tobacco is regulated at the national level, and the FDA actively regulates the products. And the firms, because of their settlements, are they have voluntarily decided not to do lots of different types of advertising. That does not happen in the marijuana industry, as we've seen with the Bieber Netta marketing tie-up. I personally received a flyer in the mail advertising marijuana delivery. I know others that have received flyers in the mail with coupons. This would not be tolerated were the tobacco industry, I don't think, in this town. And so one thing to point out is that currently the marijuana industry, the advertising and any reasonable restrictions are governed at the state and local level through our HCAs. And so it just underscores the need for the study committee proposed in Warrant Article 9, which one of the scope items is to consider reasonable restrictions, especially around advertisement. I just wanted to point that out. And then the other thing I want to say very quickly, sorry, Devin, is that fall of 2019, the town meeting and the select board actually did pass a warrant article which created a study and referred that study to the licensing review committee, which is a standing committee, which is chaired by the select board. And I believe Bernard Green is the chair of that committee. And that committee was supposed to consider the same sort of things that Warrant Article 9 is proposing, and was supposed to report back to the select board. And I apologize for going over, but because that committee hasn't finished its work, I suggest that I would please ask that the select board vote yes for warrant article number 9. Thank you.
Thank you.
This time there are 23 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Great, thank you
Back
so
to
much,
you.
Devin. Thank you, Raul. So without any objection, I'm going to go into the miscellaneous calendar items. First up are some meeting minutes. Question of approving the meeting minutes from October 12th, 2021. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
Raul? You can abstain or vote.
Abstain. Yes.
Okay. John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. And then I'll briefly try to summarize what is in the rest of the miscellaneous. Approving a proclamation to make October 20th Community Media Day in Brookline. Authorizing a creator and certifier for receipt of the Norfolk County American Rescue Plan Act funds. Accepting the Municipal Road Safety Program grant from the state's Executive Office of Public Safety and Securities Grants Research Division in the amount of $16,010 to fund the purchase of a speed board unit that measures the speed of vehicles and helps with speed and traffic enforcement. Also approving extra work order, rental rates for snow plowing and ice control with D'Alessandro Corporation of Avon. Contract amendment number 1 with Left Field for peer school project on the estimated cost for preferred schematic report and schematic design in the amount of $19,800. Change order number 3 with Gilbane on the Driscoll School project for delete vibration monitoring, acknowledgement of mock-up and current drawings for a net decrease of $50,000. Approving contract amendment number 15 with Jonathan Levi Architects for the Driscoll School project, added geo-environmental services to monitor dewatering operations in the amount of $48,400. Another contract amendment with Jonathan Levy Architects for the Driscoll School project for design and construction administrative services for the added geothermal scope in the amount of $73,744. Amendment number 13 with JLA for a solar study for a traffic signal on Washington Street related to the Driscoll School project in the amount of $2,090. Approving another amendment number also with JLA for supplemental geo-environmental geotechnical services in the amount of $19,800. Although, didn't I just read that one? But I said it anyway. And then moving into temporary wine and malt beverage non-sale license to Far Out Ice Cream to be held on Thursday, October 21st, for a promotional event, 7:30 to 9 p.m. at 419 Harvard Street. 30 people expected to attend, and a temporary wine and malt beverage non-sales license to Lars Anderson Auto Museum to be held Thursday, October 21st, for a club reception, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m., and that's at 15 Newton Street. All those in favor? Bernard?
Let me just mention, nitpicking a little bit, item 3C, our creator should be called our grant administrator, not our grand administrator, which has sort of brings back questions of a book by Dostoevsky, where the Grand Inquisitor is not a nice person. Anyway, I vote yes.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much. So next we have Chief Sullivan for some fire promotions.
Thank you, Chair Hamilton, and thank you, Select Board, for the consideration tonight. I ask you to consider authorizing the internal promotions for, at this time, 1 deputy chief, 1 captain, and 1 lieutenant. We are anticipating a vacancy to go before the retirement board on the 25th. And this would give us the opportunity to start the process of calling for certified lists for the promotion, as well as getting the members in to sign and interviews in anticipation of a promotion once the retirement is finalized.
Excellent. Any questions or comments by select board members? Miriam?
So I just have a question because this is my first time going through this process. Once you select the candidates, do they come to us for approval or do they just automatically get approved?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's a 2-step process. I come to the board asking for authorization to promote. Then we go through the process of going through the interviews and the signing. And then I come back to you with the recommendations, and then the select board at that time will approve the individuals for promotion or not.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
John, did I see your hand? Okay.
Heather, you saw mine, but my only comment was about the chief's bow tie, and that I hope the members of the department are catching a
I didn't even
screenshot of
see it.
this.
Thank you for pointing it out. It's fantastic.
Phenomenal.
I'm channeling my Dr. Jet bow tie, and congratulations, Raul, on your nuptials.
Thank you, Chief.
Did you tie your bow tie, Chief?
I did.
Great, good for you.
Man of many talents. So Chief, I'm not sure if you are aware that Chief Morgan utilized Dr. Cox, I think in his interviews this year. Didn't know if you know of Dr. Cox or had plans to utilize him. Who typically sits on the interview panels?
Generally speaking, the interviews are done by an HR member and Chief of Operations Flaherty and myself. Dr. Cox is used for our interviews for our new firefighters coming on.
Oh, interesting. Okay, great. Well, without seeing any other questions, I will move that we approve the authorization to commence the civil service process to fill vacancies in the fire department that will result in promotions in said fire department. All those in favor? Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you so much, Chief.
Thank you.
Moving along, I believe, Mel, are you going to give us an update on the police chief search?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The last time I think I reported to the board, we were in the process of selecting a consultant, and we did select a consultant to help us support this process, not only in the recruitment, but also in the administration of the process, and having a consultant that really knows the industry, as well as being what I consider an advocate for policing reform and reimagining in our country. PERF, which stands for the Police Executive Research Forum, is an organization that's based in Washington, D.C., has worked for the town in the past, but more importantly, I think, is a leader in the debate and ongoing discussion of 21st century policing in our country and that reform. And so I would like to turn it over to the head of PERF, who will be speaking with you today. So is Chuck on the line?
He is.
Yep, Mel.
Yes, Chuck Wexler, please.
Nice to see all of you. One thing I might begin with is if you want your police chief to have a bow tie, I don't think we can find one. I've never seen a fire chief with a bow tie, and I've never seen a police chief with a bow tie. So, but all kidding aside, we are honored to be back with Brookline, and I say that, I feel like I'm a resident of Brookline now. We helped you find Deanna O'Leary 25 years ago, and we've helped before. So, yeah, Mel said it well. We appreciate the support. Brookline is a great town that deserves a great police chief. It's got all the right things, but like many communities across the country, it's trying to envision what policing should look like, and that's what we do here. If you were to look at us, you would see we pride ourselves in best practices, and we put people through our Senior Management Institute for Police, which is usually done at Boston University with faculty from many of the colleges in your area. But suffices to say, this is what we do. So when you hire us, you're not really hiring a search firm, you're hiring an organization that believes in best practices. So I would rather give most of my time to Charlotte Lansinger, we've worked together for, believe it or not, 30 years. She's the first person I ever hired. How she's stayed with me all these years is, beyond me. But nobody knows this business better than her in terms of both policing and candidates. You need both of those qualities. Boy, I love that dog, Miriam. That's a great dog. But anyhow, I'm going to pass the baton to Charlotte here. Charlotte, you're on mute.
I'm adjusting to all these different systems of virtual meetings. So thank you very much for having us here this evening. I would just to introduce myself, I'm Charlotte Lansinger, and I'll be the lead consultant working with the town of Brookline on the search for police chief. Like Chuck mentioned, we've worked with the town of Brookline before. We're getting to know everyone quite well there, and we look forward to working with you. I've worked with over 100 police departments with cities and towns, universities, transit systems, helping them find police chiefs over the past 30 some years. And so we bring a lot of experience from, working with communities around the country, as well as working there in Brookline. So we'll be embarking on a process that will have a period of community engagement. We're putting together a survey to gather information from the community in terms of their thoughts toward the selection of a police chief, what they're looking for in terms of priorities for the police department. So we're working together with Mel and his staff to get that launched, as well as we'll have several virtual community meetings where people can, zoom in and provide some input into the process as well. So the entire process will probably take somewhere between 4 and 6 months. We'll be recruiting after the community engagement period, and that will probably take place in December and probably into January. Again, we're looking forward to working with you again.
Great. Any questions by board members? Bernard.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that in addition to community engagement, that you're also going to be really drilling down among the police staff, well, officers and staff, to make sure that you understand their concerns, because I really don't want there to be for us to have any potential conflict there. And we had a reform committee over the last year or so that did a survey of police officers that got incredible response. And maybe that could be a beginning place to look at in terms of the attitudes of the officers and staff in the police department. It's not a perfect survey, but it provides an incredible amount of really important information that I think has to be sort of foundation of going forward. In addition to the community input that that you're talking about. So.
Thank you for that, Bernard, and it's nice to see you again, having worked with you before. And yes, indeed, I've been through that survey, and you're right, there is a lot of good information in that survey, and specifically there were questions posed to the officers about what they were looking for in their next police chief. So that's really helpful information that we have, right out of the box here. But we will also be engaging with the department during the time that we're gathering information from the community. So thank you for mentioning that.
That's a big part of this, is to make sure that the police officers feel like, we're listening to them. We just did the U.S. Capitol here in Washington police chief selection process, and we met with the union, and we, reached out to officers. So, we will absolutely do that. Great.
Miriam.
Thank you very much both for the compliment for my dog, Chuck. And she has a mind of her own. And for your words as well, Charlotte. I've been poking around your website. And one of the things that and also I found an article about, can we train cops to be problem solvers instead of warriors? And I really appreciate this lens. I think that we generally as a town are looking for something that is, on the edges of the bell curve from what you would expect from a typical police chief. We want obviously to appeal to the needs of the police officers, but we need to really think about the needs of the citizens in this town. And police reform is an ever-present and important discussion. And this is an opportunity for us to bring in a police chief who really values the idea of reform. And so I just want to make sure, I mean, it seems like from what I'm reading, you understand that, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on that as well.
No, absolutely. You know, the whole country is in the middle of this conversation about what policing should look like, and Brookline, being a very progressive town, is certainly in the forefront of that. You know, the challenge, honestly, is that the discussion is farther along than the candidates are, right? In other words, you're over here and the candidates are still back here. So the candidates are having to figure out what that conversation should look like so that so when you say things, when people say, we want to reimagine what policing, so you've got a group of police candidates who have grown up in this traditional environment. So it's really hard to identify those people who are where you are. So that's our challenge. And that's the reality, is policing right now is going through a lot of a metamorphosis. Should the police be in schools? Should the police, respond to mental health calls? Should all of those questions are circulating. So our job is to kind of find those candidates that are thinking that way. So we get it. And we appreciate, where Brookline is and where Brookline wants to go.
Raul.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. And thanks to you both for being here. I had two questions. One is around what you're seeing lately, and Chuck, you were just speaking to it sort of recently. I'm thinking about the diversity of the pools that you've seen recently, what we might expect to see in a pool for a chief search for a community like ours, situated where we are. Certainly I think my colleagues would join me in saying we'd like to see a very diverse pool. And if there's anything that we can and should and will be doing to give us the best chance of having a diverse pool.
Well, that's something that Charlotte does extremely well. I think, that we don't wait for people to apply. You hire us because we go after people, and we go after people who are usually pretty, are doing well in their positions. Every process that we do, we try to make sure that it's diverse. I should let Charlotte talk about this. Charlotte, you go ahead.
Yeah, it's just exactly what you said, Chuck. We're unique as an organization that seeks out candidates because we are a policy, a research organization, and we're constantly reaching out and in touch with police departments around the country and promoting best practices in policing, especially in contemporary policing. So, but it does situate us uniquely to be able to identify people who are supportive of the best practices and the recommendations that we're making for today's police department. So we do a lot of outreach, and we have a very good track record of having a highly skilled set of candidates, and also very diverse pool of candidates.
Great. The sort of second part of that question, and maybe it's not a question, but so much as let us know as things progress, is what it is that we need to do to be as competitive as possible. I mean, all of our department head positions are really important. And this is a position where potentially the person we select could be here for a decade, or as we saw with Chief O'Leary previously, more than that. And so I hope we don't plan on doing this too frequently. And so we want to make sure that we're in the best position to recruit the best possible candidates who are out there, maybe recruit them away from somewhere else. So I guess more just the comment is, let us know what you think we should be doing throughout the process to be more competitive.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things that's important to Charlotte is she needs to know what she can tell these candidates that going to make them want to leave one jurisdiction and come to Brookline. So we'll work very closely with Mel on that. And he's aware of that. But that definitely is good to know.
John Van Scoyac.
Thanks very much. And thank you both, Chuck and Charlotte. And I'll let you choose which one to answer this, but we keep hearing about a problem that is beyond Brookline, but also in Brookline. And that is the problem of recruitment of police, of people into policing. And that this is, across the board nationally. It's just not, the profession isn't drawing people the way it used to. So I wonder how that impacts the talent pool at the top, in terms of when you're searching for a chief of police. I also wonder, it's a little bit awkward for me to figure out how to put this exactly, but does the level of challenge in a community impact the willingness of people to step into the chief's job? And I don't want that to be misinterpreted. One interpretation would be, if a community is especially challenging, does that, deter people? And challenging could mean, in terms of there's been tensions, there's been, dissent, there's been people leaving the force and so on. But challenge, the extent of challenge could also mean, is the community, relatively speaking, quiet and not a high crime community? And does that impact, whether you get a chief that really wants to be involved in communities where crime is a problem, but probably that type of person might not, be drawn to Brookline. They might be nationally known, because they've tackled communities where crime is a problem and they've brought it down. But does that make them less likely to go to a community that has a very low rate of crime?
Well, let me start and Charlotte can pick up. The answer to your first question is yes. And the answer to your second question is yes. But going beyond those simple answers, we just did two of the most difficult searches we've ever done. I should say Charlotte did. Louisville, Kentucky, where Breonna Taylor was shot, and the US Capitol, January 6th incident. Now you would think who would want those jobs, but Charlotte did a magnificent job in getting Erica Shields from Atlanta, really incredible candidate, and then getting someone to come out of retirement. So some people will step up to the challenge. Those are the people we look at. And let's face it, places like, I don't know if you like to be compared this way, but places like Brookline or Cambridge, we've done Cambridge, we've done Madison, Wisconsin. These are places that there is a lot of discussion about, change. So it's not going to be everybody's cup of tea. You have to know what you're getting into. And so the second part of your question is, some people will be absolutely wrong for Brookline. I mean, people who are used to dealing with crime issues and so forth, that Brookline's not going to be their cup of tea. Brookline is a kind of town that you have to understand. Not everybody is going to be a good fit, but we think we understand that, and we think we will, be good at targeting people who will be a good fit. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Charlotte?
Yeah, I would just add to that, different things motivate different people, and we kind of get to know, what motivates people who are stepping up to want to become police chiefs today, and what their strengths are and what they bring to the table, and what motivates them to be attracted to one police chief's position versus another one. So we work closely with a candidate pool to really get to understand the fit.
Bernard.
Yeah, there are approximately 14,000 local police departments in the country. And I guess, the question is, you talk about, and we talk about, many of us, community policing is really the thing of the future. And that was, Obama's focus in the 21st Century Policing Task Force. How widespread is an appreciation of the importance of community policing as opposed to cops and robbers chasing among those 14,000 departments? I mean, is there really a sort of hegemonic view that community policing is the way to go in the modern world, or are we looking for the few examples here and there that would fit into that model, assuming that that's the model that Brookline wants?
Well, no, of those 14,000 agencies you mentioned, 90% of them are 50 officers or less. So most policing in this country is not like Boston or Chicago or Philadelphia. It's more like, medium-sized cities like Brookline. And what we're going to have to do is make the case for Brookline, is look for someone. Charlotte, when she does her job, she looks at their track record and what they've done, not what they say they'd like to do, but what they've done. And that's, it's one thing to say, I believe in community policing. It's another thing to talk about it. How do you engage citizens? How do you make them part of the process? Charlotte, you go ahead.
Well, I think community policing means something different in every community. I mean, it's unique for each community, and we do look back at a track record to see, what has community policing meant to that candidate, and what experience do they have? What has their approach been, and what are their philosophies? So again, it's all about matching, the needs of an organization, of a community, and looking at what makes it unique with the skill set and the experience that a candidate brings, and just, matching that so that, that we bring forward successful police chiefs.
Any other comments or questions? This has been a really, really great discussion and long overdue. So I am really pleased that you made yourselves available for us tonight. Thank you so much.
And just as a last word, thank you for selecting us. Thank you, Mel, for your confidence in us. It's great to work with Mel. He's a great problem solver, and we value our relationship with Brookline. And, as I say, thank you very much for your confidence. And, I come from Massachusetts. I grew up in the town next door, Newton. And so I know Brookline, and little rivalry there between Brookline and Newton, but we're working for Brookline now. So we'll make sure you guys do okay. All right.
Bernard, did you have something that?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask if you're going to give us a sort of outline of your process so that we can really see where community input, department input is going to occur, and so that we can sort of make sure that people in the community are aware of that and can engage with you. So
we have a draft of that put together now. I'm working with Mel and his staff to kind of fine tune that right now. So that will be made available.
Okay,
great. Great question, Bernard. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Look forward to working with you.
Excellent. So next on our calendar is Quali update.
Let me just, Mel Kleckner again, I'll just introduce this. First of all, I was calling it Q Wally for the longest time, and then Dave told me, what are you saying? It's Quali. So this is a effort that the town has been engaged in response to our challenge of making the procurement of our goods and services to be more equitable and diverse. As you know, Massachusetts has a a basis for making contracts for goods and services. It's generally low cost, low bid, and I'm sure you've heard of that. And maybe someday we'll change that law. But in the meantime, what we're looking to do is try to work around it and try to find solutions to diversify the goods and services we procure. And one of the strong partners and initiatives we have is engaging with Quali to do that. And I'm going to turn it over to David Giannakakis, who is our Chief Procurement Officer and a division head within our finance department, to introduce the subject. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, select board members. Wanted to give you an update. Quali is a project that I have been working on with multiple departments for the better part of a year or more to really increase our outreach to disadvantaged business enterprises, disadvantaged companies of all types to bid on government contracts. In the beginning, this is something that we find in general in the purchasing world, it's difficult to get the information out to these companies. Yes, we post it on our website, in the state publications, but we're finding in discussions with different groups that represent diverse companies, they don't always get this information. So what Quali is a software solution. It's not something that existed before, years ago, let's say. So it's something we and I felt was worth giving a try, a pilot, if you want to call it, but I think it'll be more than that, to bring together companies, businesses that want to do business with Brookline government. It's important to note that this is one part of a bigger effort that will be ongoing, but I think it's a great first step. By bringing these companies closer to what we do, to let them find out how we are doing business and potentially doing business with them, but also helping them establish their businesses, what kind of certifications they can get, whether it be as a minority, women-owned company, veterans-owned, LGBTQ, all of those certifications are in a million different places. And honestly, it's sometimes difficult to get out of the gate and do business with government agencies. Worked in government most of my life, first at the state, then here in Brookline. And I know I've been working at this since the 90s, trying to make it at least easier to open that door. Because once you open the door, that's when companies, diverse companies, small companies can at least approach us and say, hey, we do this. How do we get to do business with you, Brookline government? And, I've had assistance from the Economic Development Department, the Diversity Department, the Building Department, who manages our very large school and building projects, and DPW Engineering, who does all of our highway and horizontal construction projects. Those are the major procurements that we do. It isn't just the pens and paper and those type of things. And so I wanted to get something that on both sides would be easy to use and really gets that process together. We're going to be looking at what kind of response. The key is to get this information out to organizations. We joined BECMA to basically get the word out. We're going to work with the diversity office, with economic development to get the word out to people, because it's important. Yes, the links will be on our website. And in a moment, I'm going to have Matthew and Courtney show what the website looks like. But if people don't come to the website, if don't know about it, then we're not going to get the activity that we want. And again, it's a first step. Hopefully, we're going to be an example for other cities and towns in the area. I've had interest from our neighbors about, oh, what are you doing over there? What is this? And believe me, I will explain and show them as this process moves forward what we've done and what we will continue to do. And it's not a static process because it's on the internet. And it's something that as we learn about what we're getting, what feedback we get, both from companies and others who look at the website, we can make modifications fairly easily. So I don't want to do all the talking here. I want Matthew and Courtney to sort of show what the website is all about. And then we'll have some questions afterwards. and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Dave, I'm just so refreshed with your energy and commitment on this issue. I can't thank you enough. So I look forward to this demonstration.
Thanks.
Wonderful. All right, in a
Can
moment.
I ask a question, just sort of background?
Of course.
Yeah, so it sounds like this is a software product that was devised for or by Brookline. Is that the case?
No, this is not sold. I mean, it's customized to Brookline and Massachusetts procurement because we are unique in that way here in Massachusetts. But as Quali will tell you, they have done business with cities and towns all over the country. We are not the first, and they can mention a few of the cities and towns that they've already been doing business with, continue to do business with. But what appealed to me is that they had the basis so that we could customize it and develop it into something that works within the frameworks of the mass procurement laws and what we want to do in Brookline.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Wonderful. And to your question as well, Brookline has actually played a really large role in our formation as a business. We've been around since about 2018. We're also alumni of Mass Challenge, and some actual residents from Brookline were mentors of ours. And we had really early discussions with Dave and Wood Jeleno as well when we were sort of forming our business. And Dave has certainly tracked our progress. Some of the other communities where we've found ourselves over the years, including Mobile, Alabama, where we've helped their Office of Supplier Diversity include more women and minority-owned small businesses in their contracting process. And then the city of Kansas City, Missouri, where we've helped their BizCare office support women and minority-owned small businesses as they form and grow, and also access capital. So a lot of what you'll see today is built on the foundation of those implementations and a lot of the lessons learned and user research that we've deployed. But to Dave's earlier point, what you see here today really reflects many months of interviews, discussions, and I really want to thank Dave and folks in the town administration, and town staff for their time. They've all been extremely generous and really helped us sculpt this into something that's reflective of the community, but also represents both, state, federal, and local laws. So just in jumping into this demonstration, Quali is essentially about increasing the visibility of town contracting to women and minority-owned small businesses. As you all know, the pandemic really exposed the importance of having a digital presence and a place where folks can go to access information. So what you see here is an inclusive, intuitive web experience where folks can come and orient themselves to various aspects of the bidding process. But we like to start a little bit further back in the business journey and show folks some of the critical steps related to actually forming and growing your business. As many of you are all aware, there's been an unprecedented boom over the past 2 years in business formations, particularly in communities of color. And so it's critical for public institutions to present, detailed information about how to form and what steps you should take in order to build that foundation for your business. So in this case, you can see information on critical aspects like forming a legal structure. What is it? Why is it important? How can I go get assistance? So folks can come and really understand the information. And it's all written in plain language and designed to be quickly, read and reviewed, including on a mobile device. Next, for folks who are a little bit further along and ready to work with the town, we have a guide to actually working with the town of Brookline. For example, if they want to dive in and find various opportunities, they can see information about bid postings on the town site and also see information from combis and other state resources. As you all know, certifications are really important, but we really try and take a more long-term approach with describing the importance of certifications, but also the why. Why is it important to be certified? And so we present that information as well in this content, so folks can get a better sense of why they should participate and how it is worth their time. Finally, we aggregate resources from community organizations at the state, local, and federal level, so folks can make use of some of the really great entrepreneurial support organizations in the area, and then also search for targeted resources that fit their business type. And lastly, what kind of sets our solution apart is the intake process that we enable. So whenever folks are ready to take that next step and interact with the city, they can quickly enter our intake process, answer a couple quick questions about their business, and receive some tailored information that will help them sort of grow and formalize. So we ask them for quick information, sort of the bare minimum about, you know, their stage, where they're at, what their legal structure is, their legal name, so we can really build and assemble a profile of the business, so town staff can review and better understand who we're interacting with. And as we ask these questions, we're again building that profile, but we're also assessing folks against various eligibility requirements for public programs and seeing if they're actually eligible for any state certifications that they may or may not be aware of. We can also assess their location and show town, county, and state requirements as well. And another thing, we really help folks tell us exactly what they do, sort of in plain language, intuitive ways. As you all may be aware, it can be very challenging for folks to identify their commodity codes, some of those prescriptive definitions that you see in public purchasing contexts. So in this case, we created a plain language keyword search where they can just quickly enter a term like concrete and then add the definitions that best describe their business. And then we ask, you know, more information about whether they're eligible for specific certifications, and that ultimately lets us sort of create that profile. And I'll just show you quickly an example of what folks see in other communities. They receive a customized checklist of all of the relevant steps that they need to take in order to grow their business and remain compliant with various local requirements. So it really provides that pathway, and that profile is a place where they can come back to over time and interact with town staff, but also receive new information. So as their context changes and the business grows, they will have timely and relevant information to make certain that they're in compliance and on the right trajectory. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Dave, and hopefully we can answer some questions.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, one of the things that we did is we recognized that most companies, big and small, you know, don't want to get mired down into the mumbo jumbo of which procurement law, which department do they need to deal with. So by setting this up this way, we're going to have key folks in each one of the town departments that do procurement, so the ones I mentioned earlier, and this information will come from the companies. My office will verify it, but will go directly to DPW engineering or the building department. What we're hoping to do is, if a company isn't going to be, let's say, a prime contractor, but able to be a subcontractor, as you know, big projects, both on the highway or in the building sphere, take lots of subcontractors. And a lot of times that is an entrance point for companies that would be able to do business with government and working on a big project, but having a piece that they're capable of doing. Because we don't want to overwhelm a new company, a small company, and have them go way out of their lane so that they don't succeed. The key is to put them in a position to succeed. The other thing is we want to get information out to the general business community, especially the minority, women-owned, all these disadvantaged categories, to say, this is what we're doing in the future. We create a budget every year that's passed by town meeting. In that budget is a listing of projects. What we want to do is say, listen, there's going to be a playground project. There's going to be a highway project. There's going to be a building project, large and small. The feedback that I've gotten is companies need more time than just when the bids are advertised. Often they have 3 weeks, a month and a half. That's not enough time to prepare and become part of the process. if they have 6 months, and this will allow sort of that information to be forwarded out to people, both to organizations that we partner with, but through Quali to get information out to the business community. So this, I think, works in both directions. We're really looking to see what kind of response we get from these companies, but also to let them know what we are doing and what they can help us and participate in, because I think that's the important piece. They'll have one doorway, as I said earlier, into what might be a somewhat confusing process of government contracts, government procurement.
Thank you so much, Dave. I know I have a couple of questions, but
Sure.
I want to
Sure.
see if there are, Raul.
Sure, thanks. So many, but let me just start with this. Is for Matt, where you've seen Quali be effective in the past. My thought here is that this is good, but good as part of a larger strategy, as part of larger changes. Some of the big changes that Dave mentioned, BECMA, the Black Economic Council of Massachusetts. One of the, some of the changes they mention are requiring subcontracting with organizations principally owned by people of color, breaking up larger contracts into smaller pieces so that that smaller firms can compete. I'm just wondering, this is good, but will it really be successful? Yeah, are there other things that you would recommend we do alongside this to make this a successful program?
Those
and
are
Dave,
great
if you want to weigh
points.
in too, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Raul. Those are great points. And the two that you particularly mentioned, of that, unbundling, the breaking up of big contracts can be really, really impactful for small businesses and provide that pathway. So yes, to your point, we provide a technology solution, but we really do need, sort of a holistic commitment to trying new things, new business processes within the town, in order to really move the needle. And from what we've seen in interactions with folks in town government, Dave especially, there really is that willingness. And as Dave said, this is part of a broader strategy. And one thing that BECMA actually brought up during our interviews was really giving that advance notice to folks so they can really either create those relationships with larger firms or really understand and maybe even make suggestions like, hey, you have this large contract coming up. We think we could do this portion of the scope of work. Let's have that discussion. So, it kind of influences the way the procurement takes shape or the way or the types of organizations that the town feels comfortable working with in that context. So yes, those are really, really great examples of things that other communities where we've been, including Mobile, have really used to move the needle for some of these emerging contractors.
And if I could add, I mean, I've also been looking into doing something called a disparity study, a regional disparity study with other municipalities here in the Boston area. I've talked to Somerville, and we've obviously kind of included BECMA in this discussion because we feel we all use similar companies for goods and services that we buy. And a disparity study per community can become very costly. But if we're able and we're making the plans to do it, for more than one community, we can share information, data, the market research that needs to be done by whatever consultant we end up hiring out of that to do the study, can share that data in the whole Boston area. And I think that's one of the next steps, and it's not going to be an inexpensive step, but I do think that would allow us to really make some of the systemic changes, sort of the supplier diversity things that right now we can't do under the procurement laws. But if we're able to set up sheltered market programs in the future, the first step is to do a disparity study. So that's one of the things I've been looking into specifically with Somerville, but with other communities in the area. And we are discussing and meeting with both the procurement offices there, the economic development, their diversity offices, to come up with a a unified strategy so that we're not all doing the same thing in 5 different, 10 different communities, and trying to work together and make a sensible approach to that, so that, yes, this is a first step, but that's a very significant potential next step.
Dave, I think that's great. I think it's a really smart idea to work with other communities. I want to make sure that it meets the standard. I know Boston just did a disparity study, but we can't draft off of theirs. We have to do our own. Right. So just making sure it meets the standard if we partner with other communities and all that kind of stuff. I think that's a great idea. And I know it unlocks possibilities that right now, without having done the disparity study, we can't actually pursue. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, I used to work at Mass DOT, and I was actually in the diversity office, and they were just wrapping up their disparity study when I came on board in 2011, and they were really trying to tackle and get right this supplier diversity program. And this, I mean, wow, what a difference a decade makes. This is really, really exciting to walk business owners through everything that they really need to answer in very plain terms is going to have a huge impact on access. John and then Miriam.
Yeah, this is very exciting. And, I think what I'm getting from this is that we've taken some initiative, and Quality has taken some initiative in determining that you can't just sit back and say, well, bring it on. We would definitely like to have minority contractors take part in our opportunities. Taking the initiative to make it not just sort of more easier, but also more understandable to everyone in the field, whether they're a minority contractor or not. I think is great. I do want to know, though, have we seen results so far, or is it too early? And this may sound mercenary of me, but it sounds like we played a helpful role in the development of this. Is there benefit, in terms of being part of the team that innovated this? Is there financial benefit?
Well, I can add, initially, compared to other communities that we're in, Brookline is seeing a pretty substantial discount in recognition of that fact. And I think we're open to discussing that ongoing should this pilot prove successful. And to your first question, we are anticipating a launch in the next couple of weeks. So we will be tracking success metrics after that. But just initially, from what we've seen, particularly within town staff, we're seeing a lot of excitement from folks in town staff and looking forward to using it. So we think that really creates a great foundation for success in the long run. And there are other aspects of this pilot that are forthcoming, including what Dave mentioned with making folks more aware of contract opportunities, which may present sort of a unique opportunity to track additional metrics in the near future. So that is certainly something we look forward to updating you all on in a timely fashion.
Yeah, and if I could just, I think I felt we got a huge bang for the buck, and I know it's my job to keep an eye on, are we getting the value, the best value for the town's dollars? This came out of the vote of funds in the fall of last year's town meeting, and we were already underway working and talking with Quality, but I felt this would be a very value expenditure, and will, I think, continue to be into future fiscal years. So yeah, I do think it's beneficial for us to be on the ground level, and if when other communities, local or otherwise, want to potentially jump on, will get the benefit of what we've done, and I'm that's okay with me.
Miriam.
Yes, thank you. So just a quick question. I'm curious, and I'm not going to ask you to name your competitors, but I'm just curious about, are there other people in the space that are working on the similar software? And I'd love to see some diversity in your own About Us in the future.
Yes, like, yeah.
Yes,
very
I'm sure
much.
you do too, but
Yeah. No, thank
but
you
I'm
for
just,
bringing that up.
yeah, I'm just interested in this space itself. You know,
Mhm.
is this a growing field? Are you, if you could give me a little bit of background on that, would be much appreciated. Without naming, you don't have to name competitors. I wouldn't make you do that.
Absolutely. No, it's a really great question. And traditionally, what we've seen is there are established vendors who focus on certification and sort of enabling the certification process and making that more trackable and aligned with federal compliance requirements. So in that respect, we do have some competitors in that area. However, this kind of blending of entrepreneurship, procurement, and sort of the digital front door, we think we're unique in that context. There are certainly other competitors in the portal space or online application space, but we think our solution's relatively unique in that context.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Great. Any other comments or questions? Well, thank you so much. I mean, this is a very exciting program. I really can't wait to see how it all plays out.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Excellent. Okay, so we are actually 2 minutes ahead of, well, kind of ahead of schedule. We're waiting on our 7 p.m. to make an appearance. So while Devin tries to contact them, let's move quickly to take care of some business that was going to be at the end of our meeting, which was the Council on Aging appointments. So I'll just move the language unless there is any discussion, but there was a slate recommended by the director, Ruth Ann Dobeck. So I will move approval of the slate for the Council on Aging as presented by Ruth Ann Dobeck, the director of the Council on Aging. All those in favor, Bernard? I recognize you as saying
Yes,
aye.
sorry, yes.
Raoul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. We have a hearing scheduled for 7:05. Devin, have we heard from the inflammables people? Otherwise,
I am trying to contact them. I have not heard from them. Tiffany had confirmed with them earlier in the week, so I believe they were aware, but it does look like all the paperwork's in order. So I don't know if you want to move to the next public hearing and then go back to that and see if they do eventually join us, or how you'd like to proceed.
Bernard, do you have your hand up related
I
to this?
do.
Okay.
In the materials, I noticed that the fire department said that this building is not completed, and they suggested that we not act on it until they've had a chance to look at the fire safety equipment and practices before they can approve and before we should act on this application. Is that correct? Was there more information that I didn't see, or what?
I don't know.
I
Mel?
was expecting someone from the department to be here to support their recommendations, so I don't.
Well, let's move on, and if they show up, we will discuss whether or not it's appropriate to take it up tonight. I assume that it was posted because it was a public hearing, so we will have to figure that out. Maybe we could postpone the public hearing. So let's move on to item 9, liquor all kinds package store public hearing. I think I just saw Stephanie Boudreau promoted.
Good evening.
Good
How are you
evening.
all?
Very good.
I think my client is here and maybe trying to get promoted. Devin, I don't know if you see him.
Is it Nick
Yeah.
Lesotho?
Yes.
Yes, great.
Oh, there he is. Okay, super. So Stephanie Boudreau here for Cereso Arcade LLC. Mr. Lesotho is a local resident, and he is already the owner of a retail liquor store in Brookline Village called Cereso Arcade. He's an experienced sommelier, and he is looking to expand his business in a different fashion into the building, the arcade building in Coolidge Corner. Currently, there are, as you may know, one BYOB restaurant and one opening. One is called Cobble, and the second is going to be called Bartlett. And Nick hopes to be able to serve beer and wine to these two BYOB restaurants. And to the Coolidge Corner community at large. Nick, because he's already manager of record at the Brookline location, will be hiring Kevin Lowenthal, who has lots of experience, including in Brookline, working as a wine manager at different liquor stores. And he will be, or he is the proposed manager of record. He was not available to be here this evening, but he's tip certified, he's experienced, and the town has all of his paperwork. So Nick is here if you all have any questions about the venture that he's hoping to undertake and the license application that's been submitted.
Great. And I just want to be crystal clear, this is a public hearing. So if there are any members of the public, please contact Devin to sign up to speak and we will recognize you. But any comments or questions by select board members first? Raul.
Sure. Thanks, Heather. And thanks for being here, y'all. I'm just trying to understand a little bit more the business and how it will work. Will you have I imagine there'll be a physical location there?
Correct. It's going to be one of the small 300 square foot spaces in the arcade. First of all, thank you guys all for having me back. I appreciate it. It's been, I think, almost a year now since I saw you all, and this is quite exciting. But I know the ladies quite well who are currently running Cobble and going to be opening Bartlett, and then obviously Walter at the arcade. But this is going to be its own standalone wine shop, slightly different concept than what I'm currently running. I obviously have a 1,900 square foot larger wine and spirit store here. That shop in particular is going to be my favorite grape, my favorite bottle of every grape. So under $35, and then my favorite bottle at any price in the world. So there'll be 2 bottles of literally every grape. And then the idea is that it's a ton of content up front, but going there, and I'll have a website dedicated to it. Every single bottle will have my personal description for it. But once you get there, the product you're getting is going to be of value and of quality for whatever it is you're in the mood for. So with having the 2 BYOBs in the space, let's say you go to dinner with your own wine, you're with a group of 6, you guys run out of, call it Chardonnay or Sauv Blanc or Pinot Grigio or Rare Arnais or whatever it happens to be, you can run down the store, and it may not be the bottle that but it's a bottle that I've personally selected through, I taste around 200 wines a week, just for perspective. Yeah. I train sommeliers. I sat on the board of sommeliers. I think a lot of you guys have heard this spiel before from me, but that's my background and what I do. But that's the preface of the store, is basically my greatest hit selection, so that at any point you walk in there, you're going to get a bottle of quality and value, or just the most insane bottle you've ever seen before of that grape, which I think would be a lot of fun.
Well, that's
God,
great.
I wish I liked wine.
I've been to your Brookline Village location, which is terrific. I see Mel has lots of questions about wine. I just want to, is it also, can you just pop by if you're not going to Bartlett?
Yeah, of course. It'll be open to the arcade. And the idea is to also, I know there's been some success with some of the newer places in the arcade, is to try to continue and further that.
So I see Mel Kleckner's hand up.
Thank you. I want to follow up on Raul's question, and I think it's been clarified. I think we all think this is a very innovative operation that's sort of tied somewhat to the BYOB, but I want to be very clear that the BYOB regulations require the patrons to bring in their own alcohol. There's no direct, supply of alcohol to the restaurants and so on. So
It's
I
correct.
just wanted to be clear about that. And I think you clarified that when you said your store would be open to anybody who would be coming by, whether they're going to those particular restaurants or not.
Yeah, hopefully lots of anybody's, but yes.
Good, thank you.
John.
Yeah, two things. I just want to say the arcade is the place to be. I mean, geez, those of us who used to think of the arcade as, the place where you got buttons replaced, or, sewing repairs made. This is great. And my second question is, given that you taste 200 bottles of wine a week, do you need an assistant? Are you doing any?
Who works for free?
As a matter of fact.
Nick, thanks for your enthusiasm, and thanks for venturing once again into adding to the excitement of activity in Brookline's commercial core, Coolidge Corner, and the village before that. That's great.
And I know this is strange, but for everyone else, this is the first time I've seen you, Stephanie. So I've been working with Stephanie now for a year and a half. But via COVID, it's only been via call. So
Oh,
nice
that's so
finally meet
funny.
you as
Yeah,
well.
you too.
Well, glad that we can make friends
Yes,
in our
exactly.
meeting.
Virtual.
Yeah. So any other comments or questions? Anyone from the public signed up? Devin?
This time there are 33 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Well, then I will close the public hearing, and if there are no objections, I will move the language. Seeing none, I move approval of the application for a new wine and malt package store license for Soroso Arcade LLC, doing business as Soroso Market at 318 Harvard Street. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Good luck.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
so
guys.
much. Let's have a great day.
Yeah. Go Sox.
Excellent. So I think we have warrant article hearings scheduled. I assume that we have not heard
How
from
about
the
that
inflammables.
inflammables license? Have we been able to get anybody up on that one?
We have not, but we are able, as the chair alluded to postpone the public hearing. That way we can get in touch with the folks who are requesting this license tomorrow, as well as the fire department, and make sure everything is squared away. And we can just postpone this for the same time next week.
So I think what I have to do is technically open the public hearing and then say that we're going to continue it into next week.
Right.
Okay, so I've said that. I believe that that satisfies our requirement. And hopefully we will make contact with the people who need to present.
And then the only other thing I wanted to put on your radar that you do need to announce is about the night at the noticed all alcohol license public hearing that has been postponed to November 16th at 7:10 p.m. And that was at the request of the police department to do additional they were asking for additional time to complete their reports, as this is a new hotel.
Great. That was agenda item number 10.
Yes.
Yes. Postponed. Great. So we will move into new business when it comes to warrant article hearings. And we will start, I guess, with warrant article 3, civil service. Mel, did you want to get us started?
I do. I have a brief presentation and we'll conclude with some recommendations on steps moving forward. Devin, do I have permission to share that?
You do, yes.
Thank you.
Down at the bottom, there should be a share screen.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. that something you're seeing so far?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so this is obviously the public hearing on Article 3, which is a home rule bill to revoke civil service for police. As I just said, a proposal seeking authorization to petition the state legislature for a home rule bill that would revoke the town's participation in the state civil service system for police officers. And although this is not a new idea, this latest initiative is an outcome of the study of police reforms and reimagining. What is civil service? Civil service is a statewide system adopted in the late 1800s to advance the principle of merit in hiring and to lessen the influence of politics in hiring, promoting, and disciplining public employees, which is where the name civil servants came from. That is often used for public employees. Basically, it relies upon written test scores and certain preferences that would create ranked lists from which a town or city must hire or promote from. And that number of persons that will appear on a list is limited based on a particular formula as to how many positions the town or city is seeking. So why revoke it? Well, in my strong opinion, the reliance on written examinations and preferences is an outdated and inflexible mechanism to manage police departments, or any departments for that matter, in the 21st century. Civil service limits the number and qualifications of applicants the town may consider for hiring or promotions. And this likely limits the impact on the diversity of the candidate pool. Now, I say likely because there really is no really a great body of statistics on the diversity, and certainly every town and city is different depending on where they're located. So that is somewhat of an elusive concept to prove, but I think it's a fairly intuitive thought that if you limit the number of people that can participate, then you're limiting the potential diversity of the pool. Administration of the system at the state level is hampered by limited resources, constantly creating unacceptable delays in hiring, promotions, and appeals of discipline. The town, so what will civil service be replaced with? Well, as you know, the town is no longer in civil service for its non-public safety departments. And so we hire, like most organizations hire, using best practices in human resource management. And we would do that, of course, in hiring police officers. And there are many examples of towns nearby that have recently revoked civil service for police employees and replaced it with effective and reliable systems. And I've been very involved in reviewing the experiences of the towns of Wellesley, Lexington, and Norwood in particular. I also personally have experience working in a community whose police department was not subject to civil service. So I do have personal experience in how to construct effective hiring and promotional mechanisms. And there are many qualified consultants and resources that exist, not unlike Quali we were just talking about. There are people in this space who develop written tests or other assessment measures that have been tested and are proven to be acceptable. But there are many impediments and issues to revoke civil service in Massachusetts. The lack of specificity, I think, in the alternative systems is an issue. And I've heard it time and time again in some of the boards and commissions that are considering this particular proposal. Even though there are alternative systems to emulate and consultants out there, there does remain unique policy issues for each municipality to resolve, such as whether existing residency and veterans preferences will remain. And these specific policies admittedly have not been adopted yet. I believe those are ultimately the province of the select board to determine. The obligation to collectively bargain with the police union about civil service has been talked about a lot. I feel very strongly that town meeting has every right to vote to submit a home rule bill for civil service revocation without the union's agreement. But state law does require the town to bargain over the impacts of such change, including the details of the alternative hiring process used. Typically, this bargaining has resulted in an agreement with the union in advance of the home rule bill to pave the way for legislative approval. That was certainly the case in Lexington, Wellesley, and Norwood. We are not there. Although it doesn't prevent us from taking this action at town meeting and then hoping the legislature would approve it, that sequence clearly has created issues that need to be resolved. There is a new commission. It's called the Post Commission, and I can't recall exactly what the acronym stands for, but it's a police officer commission, the new commission that the state legislature has adopted that qualifies police departments and police officers. The state commission has created another special commission that is specifically designed to examine civil service law and related personnel issues associated with policing. So they're getting a late start. Their report is scheduled for the spring of 2022, but it's likely to be delayed. I think there are good reasons and hope that the state would, we should wait and see, what the state comes up with. Although I will tell you, I've been involved in state and local government for a long time in Massachusetts, and I can't say I'm totally optimistic about meaningful reform out of that process, despite, I think, everyone's best efforts and interests. Finally, costs. I think this has been raised. I don't think it's an issue for the town. Right now, civil service passes on all of their administrative costs, including written and physical ability testing, to applicants. We would expect to do the same with our alternative system in the event that we have written and physical ability tests, which I'm sure we would for the entry level positions. But it is possible that unlike the state, we would have a waiver process, and we've done some minor preliminary costs of what that might cost. We're thinking it could cost up to $10,000 to have waiver of costs that would not fully reimburse the town's costs for having consultants and doing these expenses. So in conclusion, I have 40 years of direct experience in this matter. I've worked in communities that had civil service for police. I've worked in a community that did not. I strongly believe that civil service limits the discretion and flexibility to a town form of government to manage police departments in the 21st century, and it should be revoked. I feel very, very strongly about that. But despite this belief, and in spite of the momentum of the police reform and reimagining process, these parts are not currently in place at this time to successfully petition the legislature and meet the town's collective bargaining obligations. And so my recommendation is that the select board consider to refer the matter of Article 3 to the Human Resources Board, and that specifically for the purpose of developing specific recommendations for an alternative system. We should also participate in, not just wait, but participate in and await the outcome of the state's post commission, as well as the special commission on civil service. And we must engage the union on aspects of the plan necessary to meet the town's collective bargaining obligations. So that's where I'm at. I'm happy to have answer questions or talk further about my feeling about civil service, but clearly at this time, and has been pretty much determined by some of the boards and committees that are considering this, including so far the advisory committee, at least their subcommittee, and then last night at the Committee on Town Organization and Structure, are pretty unanimous that we should not move forward at this time, and I agree.
Bernard.
Yeah, does that mean that we are going to formally withdraw the article, or will it still go before town meeting?
I'm recommending that we refer the article to the Human Resources Board.
Okay, so that requires a town meeting vote, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So
And
would we?
frankly, I hope that town meeting vote consideration would allow me or whoever the select board designated to have some preliminary discussion about the civil service, since we do certainly believe we'll be back again before town meeting in the future on this matter.
Do we need town meeting in order to refer this to the Human Resources Board? And can't the select board just
You,
do it
you don't,
from-
I don't believe, well, you have to dispose of this article. You're the
Right.
petitioner, you submitted, so you either have to not move it, move no action, which I don't think would be the way, or refer it. You could, I suppose, not bring it up to town meeting and then just at a separate town meeting or select board meeting, charge the Human Resources Board. I think this procedure, Bernard, would allow there to be some discussion, I think, and some potential educational opportunities for town meeting.
What are other people's thoughts? Miriam?
I'm sorry, I'm just asking for clarification. So if we vote on this as a select board, we would be voting to refer it to HR, but it would still go to town meeting and they would have to then vote to refer.
What I'm suggesting, Miriam, is that
Sorry.
you would make that motion to the town meeting. That this be, and I did discuss respond to Brian's question. You could do it a different way, but what I'm suggesting is you make a motion to town meeting to refer to HR board.
So we basically would file a motion to refer on our own sponsored warrant article.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Raul.
Thanks. And Mel, thanks. I appreciate your thoughtfulness on this as somebody that's got a ton of experience in this space. I guess what I'm thinking about, I share your skepticism around the, what might come out of the post commission, the Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission, and how that might be such a radical departure from what we're currently doing that we say, never mind, let's stay in civil service. They've fixed all the issues. I don't know that that's going to happen. I also don't know, because processes like that get delayed, that we should wait on that process at all. I am sort of convinced by the need to think through some of the bargaining issues with the union. I would say, I guess this is more of a question is what we're bargaining the promotion piece, but not the hiring piece, right? I mean, the hiring piece I would imagine is up to us, but the sort of the work conditions would be more around promotion. Is that right?
Promotions and other aspects. I really wouldn't want to, to sort of commit to what we have to do or not.
Okay.
But there are certain obligations for bargaining over the impact of this.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine. I'm a little disappointed. I imagine many of us are, because we see the importance of this and we see the promise of a different process here. But if doing it this way gives us a better chance of getting that home rule petition passed when we ultimately do send it up the hill, if waiting 6 months, and trying to get this right gets us there, then let's do it. I guess my other question is, we've been in bargaining for a while. Is it even plausible that we get this part of what we need to talk with the union about squared away in time to reintroduce this to town meeting in May?
I think I need to talk to you in executive session about those matters.
Got it. Fair enough. Thank you.
Any other comments, John?
Yes, thanks very much. Thank you, Mel. And thank you as well to a number of people who have been having various hearings on this, CTOS, Advisory Committee, Subcommittee in particular, and have asked good questions, have given us pause, and all that's all good. And I'm grateful to them for their questions. And I'm grateful to Mel for recognizing that maybe the best way forward at this point is to allow more time to address some questions and to get more of a consensus behind this in a more methodical way. I personally think that town meeting is ready for this, and in fact would like to see this happen. And I think that the town is ready for this and would like to see this happen. And I think to sum up why, civil service had its day, but civil service and the requirements that it puts on communities and the limitations that it puts on communities, especially the limitations in terms of the pool of applicants available every time there are openings to be filled within the department, does not fit with the need for reform. It just doesn't. And if we're going to go forward with reform of policing, and I think we should, we're going to have to include within that a transition out of civil service so that we have a larger pool of people available to us, a pool that is more diverse in many ways, including in terms of the range of backgrounds and skills that people bring and the range of aspirations that people have as to how through the policing of the future they can be of service and how they can render service to the town of Brookline. So I see us coming back in the spring, and I see us being ready with a proposal that has, excuse me, has addressed some, if not all, of the questions that people have asked along the way so far in this progression. And I see us, cross your fingers and hope for the best, voting to do this. And we would then join a number of communities that have done this and have been very satisfied with the results, including, there'll be some questioning of this, but I would say broadly speaking, there has been satisfaction in those communities, including in the departments that have moved out from under civil service. It takes some getting used to, but in the end, more flexibility serves the communities, and more flexibility in ways that I think we in Brookline will discover serves the interests of the employees as well, and serves the job satisfaction of employees as well. So let's hope that's the result for Brookline. And thank you, Mel, for bringing us this far towards that goal. Thank you.
Bernard?
Yeah, I'm not really that concerned about, the support for leaving civil service. My concern is, do we run a risk by not withdrawing this and letting it go before town meeting? They could refer it to some other committee. They could push it sooner than we're ready to go with the proposal, or they could just kill it outright. I mean, are those risks that we should be concerned with, or is that me being a little antsy?
I mean, I think you have a good point. I too am a little nervous to move something because, as we've seen in the last town meeting, amendments come in the last 24 to 48 hours, and you never quite know what somebody might propose. So I think we should have a serious conversation as to whether or not to even move this at all, and to withdraw and take care of referring it, since we do have that discretion. But I want to hear from the other select board members as to whether or not they feel comfortable taking that approach as to the one that Mel just outlined.
So, sorry.
Miriam.
Just to clarify, you're asking what our preference would be to just withdraw the warrant article altogether versus referring to HR?
Preference, comfort level. I think either is kind of a roll of the dice. We don't have a crystal ball. So I kind of share John's sentiment that I think this issue is ripe for town meeting. And so I think the risk that Bernard is trying to illuminate is that there may be another town meeting member that tries to move the article as it currently is written. And then it's kind of out of our control. I've seen that attempted.
Can I throw it back to Mel and ask you, what if we just withdrew the warrant article altogether, Mel? What are your thoughts on that?
You're muted.
Yeah, sure. I think that's effectively the same thing would happen. We would refer to the HR board if that's what the board thought was a good idea, and I think it is. By the way, the HR board did a very thorough study back in 2006, and I think we could build upon that. I think they have the right skill set, I think, for this particular issue. I hear both sides of it. Initially my thought was, well, do we want to give the town meeting an opportunity to hear a presentation and hear this, or would that create the kind of risk that, as Heather said, that maybe things would go awry and we wouldn't get the outcome that we're looking for? So, I really don't have any strong opinions. Actually, I trust your judgment, your political judgment better, and I don't have a concern either way, frankly.
John.
Okay, as someone who sat through 2 CTOS meetings on this, which the first one was not for reasons of travel, Mel couldn't attend, and ended with, essentially most of the people on CTOS wanting to just, brush this aside because they felt it wasn't fully prepared. They felt it wasn't quite ready. And at the end of that meeting, at my suggestion and urging, they very generously and I think wisely agreed to have a second meeting so that they did have a chance to hear from Mel. And then watching what happened once they heard from Mel and once they had the assurance that we're not, there's nothing casual about this. There's nothing half-hearted about this. There's nothing halfway about this. But I do think they need to hear it from the top. And at the end of the meeting yesterday, the mood I thought was Monday, was completely different. I think people felt respected. I think they felt understood as to their concerns. And I think they understood our desire to see this through, but if we have to delay to get to see it through, we will delay, and we'll use the time in between now in the spring to address questions they've had and to improve the plan to the extent possible to meet their concerns. So, I think one way or another, we're going to have to trust to the wisdom of town meeting in this. And we're going to have to make the best case. And I think, we might as well try to make the best case for referring this to the Human Resources Board and addressing questions as thoroughly as possible. And then I think we'll get a good result from town meeting. I think they'll understand why we are taking a little bit more time with this.
Raul, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I tend to agree with Bernard on this one. We've got a lot of other business to do at town meeting. I think I would love for us to have an opportunity, if there was any way, even that the moderator would give, Mel 5 minutes at town meeting to talk about why we've decided to pull the warrant article. Maybe that is an opportunity to still speak, but not have the article be moved in any way. Maybe she would allow that. It's just 5 minutes, and we're saving a whole lot of time by pulling the article itself. That once you open something up like that, it can be any, even something that everyone either supports or is going to refer can still take an hour of town meeting time. So maybe that's a way we can sort of split the baby a little bit and get some time to talk, but also not have to worry about the concerns that I think are good concerns that Bernard brings up.
So Mel has his hand up, and then we have somebody signed up for public comment.
Yes, I was just going to say, there are other articles in the warrant that would allow for such perhaps a 5-minute discussion. Collective bargaining or the budget article, frankly, are ones. And I think John and I had the thought of talking to the town moderator. So I think that approach is fine. I do understand the concerns. We've got a very hefty warrant, and so I don't oppose that thought of just withdrawing the article altogether.
So John, real quick,
Yeah,
and then I want to
I
move to
promise. Yeah.
public comment because it's a public hearing.
I absolutely promise. I just don't want to be misunderstood. I think what Raoul described is fine. Especially if Mel is given the courtesy of just, a few minutes of time so that people understand why we are not bringing this to a vote at this current town meeting. Thanks.
Okay, so we will hear from Ryan Black, and then I will probably propose that we actually take action tonight, because I think there are some boards and commissions who still have this on their docket, and I just want everybody to know which direction this board is going. Ryan?
Thank you, Chair Hamilton. Ryan Black, town meeting member, precinct 6. I'll try to be very brief because I imagine you've got more warrant articles to look at, but I appreciate the board's thoughtful discussion on this, and I think it may be best to go the referral route, kind of pulling it, and then you all vote kind of amongst yourselves to refer it, because I think ultimately we'll still get, like, if we plan to go the home rule petition route, revise it through the committee and then have town meeting take it up, town meeting will still have ample time at a future town meeting, whether it's the spring next year, to kind of discuss this fully. So it's not like we're robbing town meeting of a chance to discuss this issue. We're just postponing, we're punting, but I'll wrap there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other public comment?
At this time, there are 35 attendees and no one has indicated using the hand raise or Q&A feature that they'd like to make a comment.
Great, I will close the public hearing. So I'm leaning towards withdrawing as the action. So I can move that language. I would love to have Melissa here to let me know what exactly the difference is between voting no action versus withdrawing. Don't know, Mel, if you.
Yeah, I do. Sure.
Okay.
You're Melissa's here, so.
Oh, yay.
She saved me from potentially saying the wrong thing.
If you chose to withdraw the article, I would email the moderator in the morning, letting her know of your intent, and essentially no motion would be made at town meeting.
Okay.
As opposed to no action, which would be a negative vote against the article.
I see. Okay. I could see how that might hurt us in the long run. So I will propose withdrawing the warrant article. All those in favor, please say aye. Bernard.
Aye.
Raoul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, Mel. Melissa, if you can let the moderator know in the morning. Great. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, the next warrant article is a local historic district for the Olmsted.
Hi, everyone. Thanks. Elton Elprin is actually going to be presenting, and I'm going to be sharing my screen. So hold on just a minute.
Great. And you have up to 7 minutes.
Okay. Go ahead, Elton.
Hi, I'm Elton Elprin, Chair of the Preservation Commission. And I apologize in advance for my voice is a little hoarse, but I'll try to be clear. Okay, the Brookline Preservation Commission is proposing to establish an Olmsted Richardson Local Historic District, slide 2. In Brookline, in the late 19th century, two giants of American architecture and landscape design, Henry Hobson Richardson and Frederick Law Olmsted, lived near each other and collaborated to create extraordinary projects across the country. Slide 3. Richardson designed many nationally significant public buildings, among them Trinity Church in Boston and the Marshall Field Store in Chicago. In residential design, he was instrumental in creating the shingle style, which an excellent example is the Stoughton House in Cambridge. Slide 4. Olmsted designed many of the nation's most significant civic landscapes, from New York to the Bay Area, such as our Emerald Necklace and New York Central Park. Slide 5. We're here today because in December 2020, the owner of 25 Cottage Street, Richardson's historic home, filed an application for its demolition, along with the demolition of 2 adjacent properties, 39 Cottage Street and 222 Warren Street, a home of Frederick Law Olmsted's adopted son and partner, John Charles Olmsted. In response, the Preservation Commission set up a study committee to consider creating an LHD to protect the properties. During the study committee's public meetings, there was an enormous expression of public desire locally and from scholars and preservationists across the country to save the Richardson and Olmsted homes. The commission would like your support to create a local historic district that preserves Richardson's home and workplace, along with the homes of Frederick Law Olmsted, his son and fellow landscape architect John Charles Olmsted, and the grave marker for Richardson and his wife. All illustrated in the slide before you. That's slide 6. Map of these properties. The properties proposed for inclusion in this LHD are not located in one geographic group. 2 lie next to one another. A third is located across the road. A fourth is nearby, and a fifth is the headstone in Walnut Hill Cemetery. The connection between these properties is thematic rather than geographic. The theme of commemorating the contributions of Henry Hobson Richardson and his unique connection to Frederick Law Olmsted, as well as Olmsted's 2 sons and partners. Slide 7. Although we have no thematic LHDs in Brookline, they are not a new concept. In Lincoln, Massachusetts, both the Lincoln LHD and the Brownswood LHD are examples of thematic and non-contiguous LHDs. Slide 8. The properties proposed for inclusion in the Olmsted Richardson LHD are 25 Cottage Street, believed to have been built in 1803, the home and office for Richardson from 1874 until his death in 1886. Slide 9. In 99 Warren Street, called Fairstead, the home and office for Frederick Law Olmsted and his successor firm. Slide 10. Both homes of John Charles Olmsted, 16 Warren Street, the first marital home of Olmsted's son, John Charles, an important landscape architect in his own right and a member of his father's firm, and 222 Warren Street, the second marital home of John Charles Olmsted. Slide 11. This is the Henry Hobson and Julia Gorham Richardson gravestone in Walnut Hill Cemetery. Slide 12. So Richardson and Olmsted began working together after the Civil War when they both lived on Staten Island and took the ferry to their separate offices on Lower Broadway. They collaborated on projects in which architecture and landscape informed each other to become a unified whole. After Richardson won the Trinity competition, he moved to Brookline. 9 years later, with Olmsted working on projects in the Boston area, he also moved to Brookline in large part to be near his friend and collaborator, Richardson. Their collaboration included work with Olmsted's sons and employees and Richardson's many architects, for example, Charles McKim and Stanford White, later of McKim and White. Olmsted's sons, John Charles Olmsted and Frederick Law Olmsted Jr., were important landscape architects in their own right. After his retirement, they continued the work of designing public spaces throughout the nation. After Richardson's death, his successor firm, Shepley, Rutan, and Coolidge, continued their collaboration with the Olmsted firm, including important work at Stanford University and the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago. Richardson's influence helped shape American architecture for a generation or more. When Richardson died, Olmsted wrote of their creative connection, "I cannot express or make those who do not know him, even dimly, understand how much Richardson was in one's life, how much help and comfort he gave one in its work. He was the greatest comfort and the most potent stimulus that has ever come into my artistic life." Let me update you on the status of the demolition cases. The owner has come before the Preservation Commission and the study committee on several occasions to discuss possible redevelopment plans for the property. Our goal is to work with the developer through the lift of stay process to plan a sensitive restoration of these homes, allowing adaptations that will make them appealing as residences while preserving their historic character. Creating the Olmsted Richardson LHD would provide recognition to this part of Brookline's history and assurance that the investment in preservation made by the current owner will be maintained.
You have 1 minute.
So Regarding housing, at last spring's town meeting, there was objection to our expansion of the Lawrence LHD on grounds that any limitation of the developer's right to build would constitute a lost opportunity to achieve affordable housing. Apart from the validity of that claim, we do not believe there's a serious potential to construct a large number of housing units on the land belonging to 25 Cottage and 222 Warren. Current zoning prevents it, the current owners do not desire it, and the site is not easily accessible by public transportation. And finally, we believe that the connection between 25 Cottage and the 19th century slave trade should be remembered. The advisory subcommittee report puts it well. Samuel Gardner Perkins, who built 25 Cottage 70 years before it was rented by Richardson, acted as a broker between slave traders arriving from West Africa and the Perkins plantation customers. Richardson's family owned a sugar plantation from which Richardson drew financial support until the Civil War. We agree with the subcommittee that, quote, this is an important story that must be told alongside the story of Brookline's role in the history of architecture, landscape architecture, and city planning, and that preserving these homes will facilitate a discussion of how these stories are necessarily interwoven. And thank you. I encourage you to give us your support.
Thank you so much, especially for keeping to time.
It was a rush.
But you did it very well.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments? I see Miriam.
Thank you very much for that. Very interesting. I have two questions. I think you alluded to it, but the first is this all or nothing? We have to vote all 4 properties into the LHD, or, you know, the Olmsted, Richardson and Olmsted homes, you know, could we elevate the 2, which I think have more historical significance? I don't know the answer to that, so I'm asking. And then I have a different question, and once you answer that, if you want to answer
well,
that.
Fairstead is already, as you know, a national park. And in fact, if they want to be part of the LHD, but we would not have any purview over them. We would not be regulating them, actually.
Okay.
So, as a grave marker, I don't think there's anything to regulate. We just honor it, you know, and the people who own it, as descendants, Richardson, want it to be in this as well.
Okay.
Similarly, the owner of 16 Warren, where John Charles Olmsted, you know, was first had his home when he was first married. The 2 contiguous properties, 25 and 222, perhaps are the heart of this affair, and we don't propose separating them.
Okay, and actually that partially answers my question. Are the current owners of all these properties, obviously the ones you spoke to already, how do they feel about this?
Oh, they're positive.
They're all in support of it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I should be clear about this. The developer, I may be putting slightly too positive spin. The developer is working with us, and they've indicated if we arrive at an arrangement which is satisfactory with them and with us, then they will be in support of the LHD.
Got it. Okay.
When will we know that?
Well, they're coming before us this month for a lift of stay. Typically, what happens with that is we observe what they're proposing, as we have been doing. I don't even know if there are any significant changes to what we've seen already. And if we think we're on a track that's reasonable, but we have some adjustments, which is very, very common, then we'll propose working with them in a subcommittee going forward. And that's the typical process until we're all happy and it comes back to the commission votes to lift the stay.
Great. Raul?
Thanks, Heather. And thanks, Elton. I got a chance, felt like a long time ago, to watch the meeting where you talked about the report on these properties.
It was.
It was some time ago, right? Yeah. And in any case, I have 2 questions. One is around process. And you can imagine that people would say, how come at least in recent memory, when we see these historic districts coming to town meeting, it's because there is a proposal to demolish a home or make substantial changes to a home that leads to us now having a conversation about multiple homes in a particular area. And then folks will say, well, no, this isn't about development at all. This is about preserving history. Why have we not had a process, Elton, where we just determine once and for all which properties in Brookline have historical value, and then take a vote in town meeting on whether or not we should we should provide special status to those properties and then move on, because we're not creating any new historical properties. They've all been sitting there this whole time. Explain to me and others why we don't just do it that way instead of this sort of piecemeal. When a development proposal comes around, all of a sudden we've all got to scurry to figure out whether or not we want to preserve a property.
Well, I mean, this is a huge question you're raising, but I would like to point out that, and it's in the detailed report that we filed, and which is available on the town website, that this is not the first attempt to preserve 25 Cottage Street. That attempt's been made. It's a very long, checkered and dark history of trying to preserve it, or trying to preserve at least pieces of it, like the Richardson bedroom. So it isn't just that we all woke up when threatened with demolition. You could say perhaps we were too sleepy along the way, but this is not the first attempt. So that's just that property, just specifically 25 Cottage Street. I would say in general, the process by which we get an LHD is a voluntary one, in which people come to us and they say, we want to be an LHD. That's what happens. We don't have a governmental form even, which the state doesn't provide us with a framework in which the town, I think, could just, as we're constituted now under 40 C, we're not allowed to simply designate properties.
Okay, so we've got to go through this.
Tina should probably answer this.
Yeah, I just want to chime in and say that we do not have the resources to accomplish what you're asking in the town, within the town's preservation staff. And we've always relied on community activists to point the town in the direction of the most desired things to save. And that is usually a reaction to a demolition. But I would say in this case, at first it was a reaction to a demolition, but now it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to save what this developer is working with us to preserve. So that's all.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
The second question was Elton, and this is building off of Miriam's question earlier. Please make the case for, is it Richardson's or Olmsted's son?
John Charles Olmsted was adopted by Frederick Law Olmsted. So it's not, Richardson didn't have any children.
Thank you. Well, if you can please make the case for Olmsted's son's second marital home, I would love to hear it, and why we should preserve that.
He lived there while he did important work. And he is himself an important architect. His father, of course, is Frederick Law Olmsted, but John Charles Olmsted was a major architect who continued the firm for decades after Frederick Law Olmsted died. That's why it's a significant house. It becomes significant simply because he lived there. He didn't live there very long, that's admitted. And he's not clearly of the super stature that his father was, but he is significant in himself. And, we're fortunate to have had these people living here. And this just does a little bit to honor them.
Well, thank you. I'm very curious to see where, I think Miriam offers a really important question about whether or not, there's the possibility that the town meeting could say that, maybe we think some of these are worthy of preservation and not others. And I'd be interested to see if that is a possibility moving forward. But I appreciate it. It was really, I gotta tell you, instructive to watch to watch that meeting and sort of hear the process play out. And I encourage other folks that are interested in this topic to attend one of your meetings. And because we have this virtual access, you can do that fairly easily.
To get a sense of the unity of these people and others as well in that time as a group of people creating a landscape and an architecture in America, there's a relatively new book called Brookline by Design, which goes into some detail about the relationships between all of them. And it's these relationships which make this area Green Hill, which was a significant area for American design. So, which is partly an answer to your question, Raul, about like why do we care about the 222 Warren?
Miriam has her hand up.
And I'll be short, but I just think it's a tension between honoring the past and these are architects, right? So they would have wanted growth in the community too. So I think we need to think about, I want to honor the past, but I don't want to, I don't want to preserve every building because somebody who kind of was important lived there. And so I really think there's a balance between obviously Olmsted Senior and Richardson and the gravesite, which is, quite incredible. To me, those are very easy for me to understand why we would want to preserve those.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit of a stretch for Olmsted's son. And so that's where I start to, I just start to say, what are other options here to think about?
Right. I hear you. Yeah.
John Van Scoyac.
Thanks. Thanks, Elton. Thanks, everybody, for good questions. I think we've reached a point now where we have an opportunity. These opportunities don't come along very often. We have cooperation from various parties. And if I may suggest an answer to Miriam's question, the best answer I can offer is we have the opportunity to, in addition to preserving the other properties mentioned here, also preserve this property. We wouldn't necessarily even be looking at this opportunity, and it would be extremely rare for us to be looking at this opportunity in the context of all of these other opportunities. And it is recognized by people from outside of Brookline and across the country and people in other parts of the world that this locus of talent, all in one period of time, all in relationship to one another, whether it's in architecture, or in landscape architecture, or you name the field, it's pretty extraordinary. It's like when, Concord having Emerson and Thoreau, and the numerous other authors that, Concord lays claim to. So it grows in value when you add to the story. And this additional property that Miriam has asked her question about adds to the story. And we do have the opportunity to include it in the preservation that's being proposed. So I would favor doing that.
So we've had a lot of discussion on the board. I just want to see, this is a public hearing, so we will entertain comments from the public. And Devin will let us know if anyone has signed up.
At this time, there are 34 attendees and no one has used the hand raise feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment. I do want to bring board members' attention to the comment in the Q&A, which is from an attendee who says you can't separate Olmsted's sons from Olmsted, and J.C. Olmsted in particular was his father's close partner for many years.
Is that person in the, would they be willing to speak a little bit more about that?
Well, while Devin contacts them, I will just say that I, just unrelated, I read Devil in the White City, I think last winter, and was pleasantly surprised when Frederick Law Olmsted was a character in this arguably nonfiction account of one of the first serial killers in America. So it gave me a lot more context as to who Frederick Law Olmsted was and his relationship with his son as a business partner. At the time of that book, Frederick Law Olmsted was in his senior years and was arguably, he was supposed to retire. He was suffering from a lot of health issues. So I am certainly more empathetic, sympathetic to including this property. And I see Dennis DeWitt. So if he would like to expound.
I hope not. I'm the person who made the comment, John Charles got involved with the firm very early. He was the son of Olmsted's brother, and then Olmsted's brother died, and he adopted him. And so he was intimately involved with what the firm did. and particularly a lot of the architectural work that the firm did, including probably much of what you see at Fairstead, and a lot of the changes that were made to 222. And so I think it's really important to include the sons, that the Olmsteds were also involved in setting up the American Planning Association, and John Frederick Law Jr. was the first chair of Brookline's Planning Commission. In fact, was involved in writing Brookline's zoning bylaws. You know, I assume you all have seen the comments that have come from around the country and overseas. Olmsted is a very big name, probably better known than Richardson, frankly, although Richardson is certainly the most important architect that Brookline ever had, and probably the most important architect New England had. You know, he can clearly be put up there with Frank Lloyd Wright, who certainly paid homage to him. Just with respect to the other properties, I think it is important to note that the Fairstead folks came to the commission and asked to have Fairstead included. The owner of 16, Warren, came to the commission and asked to be included because of the connection. And the great-granddaughters of Richardson came to the commission and asked to include the gravesite as well. And incidentally, that has been vetted with Aaron Galantine, and they're comfortable with.
30 seconds.
So that I guess is my comments.
Thank you very much. I did put you on the spot, but I appreciate the extra background.
Great. Raul?
Thanks, Heather. Two things. One, just the thought here. One is that I'm juxtaposing sort of this drive to recognize these folks and sort of the consolidation of support around folks like Olmsted and Richardson, and even the son or family members of Olmsted, at least, juxtaposed against what we had not very long ago, which was a deeply divisive fight to name a school after a woman, Florida Ruffin Ridley, who had notable accomplishments in Brookline. And you know, I just can't help but notice the juxtaposition of those two processes, and really wish that this kind of support was there when many of us were fighting for that name to go on the school. And thankfully, it was something that ultimately did pass at town meeting. The other thing that I would say is, you know, we had this around the recent conversation around the LHD last time around, is that I do not understand, and I would like to know what might be in place or be able to put in place to make sure that if these homes are preserved, that they are visible to the public. We had at the previous LHD homes that I went to go visit personally because I was interested in this whole process, and could not see them from the street. I had to literally go on the property to actually see a couple of those homes. Sorry. And so I'd like to know if this were to move forward, what process is there to ensure that these homes don't end up being covered by shrubbery or trees or anything, that if they are of significance, that we don't just know that they're there, but we can actually see that they're there.
Yeah, well, I think that's a good question. You raised that early on in this process, and we've talked about it with the developers amongst ourselves. I mean, I think first you should know there's a commitment from the developer and the landscape architect to make them visible, to just simply remove. Well, it would be all replanted, I believe, frankly, there'd be new plantings. The other thing is I should say that the proposals we've seen so far for 25 Cottage all involve moving it significantly closer to the roads. In fact, closer to Warren Street, not Cottage. That's still up in the air because we have not approved it. There may be some changes to the proposal when we see it, but it's all in the interest on the developer's part of making two developable, one, if potentially two developable parcels, where 25 was. So it's going to be more visible. It's going to be probably highly visible. Personally, my own concern is that it not become sort of just conventionally suburban in this aspect to relationship to the street, and that have at least some echoes of its historic character. And we've talked about that too. And the landscape architects committed to trying to maintain some of those aspects, like the way the land meets the veranda on three sides, etc. So there's considerable interest in what you're talking about. In addition, I think the developers promised to put plaques on the street that would tell the story, so that anyone doing, for example, a walking tour of the neighborhood, which would make sense in Green Hill, really, could see it and read it. So, I mean, I think you're right. Like, what what use is it to the public if it's not visible?
So Dennis DeWitt offers in the Q&A, the developer offered to make them visible, and the commission could ask for a conservation easement to protect the view shed as part of the design agreement.
Yeah.
Miriam, I do really want to move on. We've got two other public hearings and then almost 10 warrant articles to vote on.
I just, as a part of that, asking for the easement, could you also ask and make sure about that they do the plaques? I mean, is that something we could require?
Yeah.
Yes, it could be part of the lift of stay.
Great. Thank you very much for a very tight presentation. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you for hearing us.
And we will be voting at a later meeting.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So we're moving on to zoning for affordable housing. Hi, Polly.
Hi, how are you? Good evening.
Very good. Thank you for joining us this evening.
This is on warrant article 21.
Yes.
Warrant article 21 is a zoning amendment warrant article, and it's a housekeeping article. So I think this will be very quick. In fall 2020, there was zoning passed that reduced the trigger for affordable housing from 6 units to 4 units. And unfortunately, through an oversight, they overlooked the fact that in the table of uses, it also listed the number 6, and that should have been changed to 4. So this warrant amends section 4.07, use number 6, and just deletes the number 6 and substitutes the number 4, so that it's clear that even 4 units of housing triggers the affordable housing requirements under section 4.08.
Great, that does sound like a housekeeping matter. Any questions or discussion by the select board? I'm seeing some head nods in the no direction. Could we maybe even vote on this?
I guess we should ask if any members of the public want to weigh in, but I
Oh,
hope
you are right. Let me actually close the public hearing on the last public hearing, which was the Olmsted, and open this public hearing for the warrant article 21. Any members of the public?
At this time, there are 31 attendees and no one has indicated using the hand raise or Q&A feature that they'd like to make a comment.
So I will close the public hearing. And I think we advertise this as possible vote.
Yes.
That's correct.
So anybody feel comfortable voting on this? One less thing we have to dispense with. Okay. All those in favor of voting favorable action on warrant article 21, say aye. Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you, Polly.
You're welcome. Good night.
Good night. Moving on to the last new business item, which is warrant article 26, transform planning and zoning. Now we have a number of people signed up for public comment. Linda, you have up to
Yes.
7 minutes.
Thank you. I wish I could be as easy as the previous warrant article.
Well, I did watch the video that you sent
thank
us
you.
the link.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Linda Olson-Pelkey. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 2, and I am here tonight with 2 other co-petitioners to present warrant article 26. Before I present the substance of our article, I'd like to introduce David Lee, an award-winning architect and urban designer and president of Stull and Lee Architecture and Planning, a storied Boston firm founded 55 years ago. He's the recipient of numerous awards, most recently the Norman B. Leventhal Excellence in City Building Award for Land Use from A Better City. Mr. Lee is a Precinct 6 resident and a member of Brookline by Design Steering Committee and a co-petitioner, and he would like to say a few words. David?
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Yes, I am a longtime homeowner in town. Actually, I moved here when an architect could actually afford to buy a home in Brookline. So you know about how long ago that was. And I know and respect many of the persons associated with this issue, both pro and con. But I'm particularly proud of the town's new planning director, Kara Bruton, who more years than either of us would like to admit, was an outstanding student in a design studio I taught at the Harvard Graduate School of Design. And in fact, her now grown son slept under the desk many a night while Kara was working at school. In my many years of living here while working across the country, from a pure urban design perspective, I have truly appreciated the variety in the neighborhoods and the character of the architecture and the diverse open spaces we enjoy in Brookline. I moved here right after graduate school, attracted by the quality of the public schools and the fact that it was an environment that my 2 young boys could negotiate without having to be driven everywhere. As an architect, I appreciate the character and quality of our building stock, but I also am aware of the places in town that can stand improvement and reimagining in terms of new typologies and fresh thinking about land use, height, and density. I joined Brookline by Design because of my fondness for the town and a desire to be more civically engaged. But boy, be careful what you wish for. I had forgotten how passionate and intense civic engagement in the town can be. That said, though, I applaud my neighbors who put so much time and effort into town affairs. To be honest, I was surprised when Article 26 was presented last week at the planning board meeting because so much of the reaction seemed to me to be defensive. I view what we have put forward as a framework for how we might move town planning forward with the input and cooperation of other well-meaning interest groups equally committed to ensuring that we put in place policies and strategies that continue to creatively enhance and preserve those qualities that make our town special. I actually expected a response more on the lines of how might our proposal be a vehicle to aid and abet initiatives already underway while embracing the challenge to implement a comprehensive forward-thinking planning process for the benefit of us all. We were quite intentional in pointing out that ongoing studies such as the Boylston Street Corridor studies and the Housing Production Plan continue and simultaneously inform and be informed by our proposal. It is said that life is what happens while you're planning. There is no intention here to stop the world while we complete this process. Among the concerns raised with the proposal is that 3 years is too truncated a time frame. Well, Plato said that to begin is more than half the whole. Why not get started? And if it turns out we need more time, let's revisit it then. I didn't agree with William F. Buckley about much at all, but I did agree with him when he said that the deadline was man's greatest invention. Another point was made was why take this on now, just when we have a new planning director? My response is, why not take this on now? Bringing a new planning director on, I would think, would be the ideal time to rethink how we're planning in the town. I certainly recognize that there are aspects of our proposal that can be modified and improved, and we welcome that dialogue. I personally am not wedded to a single technique or set of tools, though I believe that form-based coding has great potential. Last weekend, I bought a new iPad. The original one was state-of-the-art 5 years ago. Last week, it stopped supporting several apps. And after 5 years, it was actually functionally obsolete. I believe that that's an apt metaphor for where we are. The tools and strategies that serviced us 16 years ago in our last town comprehensive plan have been eclipsed. Now is the time to embrace new tools and new possibilities. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you, David. Although Devin has alerted me to the fact that we are at 5 minutes, so I'm not going to be able to show you my slides. So I'm going to just simply say that warrant Article 26 is a resolution calling on the select board to undertake a re-envisioning of Brookline's future through an inclusive community planning and zoning reform process. And to be clear, the warrant article advocates for process and not an outcome. I think this is needed now because there are many current concerns in our town having to do with land use, and we need to start the process of speaking to one another and figuring out how we can achieve our goals through a reform of our zoning bylaw. I'm going to yield my time right now to Gina, and hopefully if there are questions, I can answer them. Thank you.
Great.
Thanks, Linda. Thanks for the chance to speak. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 3, and I'd just like to say that there's one thing that's become very clear since becoming a town meeting member, which is just that Brookline would benefit enormously from undertaking an inclusive comprehensive planning process. Right now, we're experiencing a fair amount of turmoil in town related to zoning and development issues, mostly because we haven't done the work as a community to define our values and to set goals to guide future development. And this planning process would allow us to have those conversations that we really need to have, clarifying what we want to protect and enhance, what do we need to transform to become the more equitable, sustainable, and livable community moving forward. There's a lot of great work that's being done right now, but we need to communicate and collaborate and set goals around these things, ultimately reshaping our zoning bylaw to help us accomplish those goals. But first, to be able to do that, we need to have these conversations openly as a town. I think that's the best way to build trust and to get buy-in from the community. I don't think this process is something to be afraid of. I think we have a real opportunity here to do something powerfully constructive as a town, both in terms of our built environment and in terms of how we engage with one another. And I hope you'll agree, and I hope that you will support warrant Article 26. Thanks.
Great, thank you. I want to recognize that Kara Bruton has been promoted, and in more ways than one. Any opening comments or questions from select board members? This is a public hearing, and we will entertain public comments, but Miriam and then John.
I'm just hoping we can talk a little bit about the financial implications of this warrant article, where that money would come from. It sounds like you applied for an ARPA grant. Can someone from one of the petitioners speak to that, please?
Sure, I guess that would be me. We did put together a proposal for a process. And a big part of the reason that we did that was just to illustrate what it might look like, to help people envision what the process might be, and also to show that it was feasible. We did do a lot of reality testing on our process, And we did work with Kara among other communities and consultants, and we think it's realistic. And the estimate that we came up with for a budget was $1,213,000 over a 3-year period. So it's approximately $400,000 a year for additional staff and consultants. In terms of the source of the funding, we are urging the select board to find the funds, but yes, we did submit our proposal for ARPA. We do think it is eligible, and we do think it is a transformative and very needed project for the community. So we think it would meet that goal. Other sources of funding would be obviously the CIP. There's some money left over from a zoning rationalization that we haven't spent. That would be a little bit, about $200,000 to start. There's also the overlay fund and the, I don't know. I'm not the budget expert, but those are other possible sources of funding.
Any other questions or comments from select board before we go to the members of the public? Oh, right. I'm sorry, John.
Thanks very much. Thanks to the presenters. Excellent presentation from my point of view. So I happen to have listened in on a recent meeting that literally went on, people can correct me if I'm wrong, 2 hours or more, at which people of different perspectives coming at development issues with different approaches were there to discuss this Article 26, to hear about it, to be part of a hearing by an advisory committee subcommittee on it. And it became pretty obvious that, yeah, we do have, very different perspectives in Brookline. But one thing that was kind of interesting was, don't we all want to address those different perspectives through some kind of a process of comprehensive planning? And I would say that at the beginning of the meeting, the answer for some of the folks was no. They were frankly suspicious, of comprehensive planning. I hope by the end of the meeting that at least some of them were interested in the possibilities of comprehensive planning, and maybe all of them were at least a little bit interested in the possibilities of comprehensive planning, because I don't think we have anything to fear from comprehensive planning. The one outcome that I would, find regrettable is that a comprehensive planning process didn't really have much impact, didn't really have any, clear results in terms of getting us towards a vision of Brookline's future that is beneficial in terms of guiding how we deal with issues that arise. But that would be a disappointment, but it wouldn't be a setback. It wouldn't be anything to fear. It would be something to try to avoid, but it wouldn't be something to fear. And I think that the real question in my mind, which has somewhat been addressed, but I'll listen a little bit more closely tonight if Kara speaks later, is I don't want this to go forward if there is in the planning department a feeling that they just can't take this on right now. But if the planning department is willing to take this on right now, and if we can muster the resources to do it right, I think this is the best of all possible times to have a comprehensive planning process. And I look forward to the possibility that people who don't necessarily agree right now on development issues will at least agree that a comprehensive planning process is a good way to kind of get those differences on the table and then constructively turn them into a vision for the future. Thanks.
Great. I would like to give Kara just a brief opportunity to speak, and then we'll open it up to the public.
Thank you, Heather. Kara Bruton, Director of Planning and Community Development. Hello, Professor Lee. That brought me back quite a couple decades. The only thing I want to comment at this point for the select board is with regards to cost and staff time. I have done this a couple times now in different meetings, but want to thank the petitioners for reaching out before filing their ARPA request. We brainstormed to work through getting a couple quotes from different planning firms, and I feel confident that we could do that first phase, that kind of big visioning phase, for a very hefty price tag of $500,000 and 2 additional staff people that would be dedicated for that process only, in addition to the consultant, for 2.5 years. What I would not be able to comment on at this point is what the rezoning technical aspect would look like in that second phase with regards to form-based zoning, because it depends in large part on how much of a consensus we get to in that first phase. So I don't think that would be appropriate to budget at this point. But yes, if we had the dedicated resources for a very concerted effort like this, and had the political, bandwidth, which would be you all as well as the planning board to make it effective, then yes, we could get it done.
Great. So let's open it up to the public.
The first person signed up for public comment is Paula Friedman. Paula, you've been promoted to a panelist. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about the importance of supporting Warrant Article 26. My name is Paula K. Friedman, town meeting member 14, member of the Zoning Bylaw Committee since its inception, and co-chair of the Brookline Neighborhood Alliance, as well as past president of the Fisher Hill Association. I am going to ask each of you to try to remove your political badges for a moment and think about what makes Brookline the very special town that it is. Think about what caused you to want to move here and or to live here. Think about the very special and unique neighborhoods that we have created and nurtured in the town. Each has its own characteristics: thriving, bustling Coolidge Corner, serene and pastoral Lars Anderson and Putterham Golf Course, the close neighborhood friendliness of the settlement neighborhood and throughout town. Think about how our residents and children are able to enjoy going to parks and schools and neighborhoods that have different looks and flavors. Now, putting your political badges back on, think about our collective responsibility for planning in a rational, systematic way with community and neighborhood input. Remember, this is not a Lego project. It's not creating a house out of construction paper. There are no do-overs, no mulligans, no close but no cigar. This is not a pencil with an eraser exercise. This is an indelible magic marker project. This is a one-time shot in a lifetime to make the right decision, and it should clearly be done with community input and neighborhood guidance. We need to proceed thoughtfully and with the entire town in mind, not spot zoning, not imposing a one-size-fits-all on our town and on its residents. In medical ethics, we call this principle non-maleficence. First, do no harm. You have the responsibility of acting on behalf of the entire town, of every person, of every neighborhood. Please support Warrant Article 26 as the reasonable, thoughtful way to plan for our future, a better Brookline. We all deserve that. Thank you.
Next person signed up for public comment is Jonathan Klein. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Jonathan Klein, town meeting member from Precinct 10. I'm a member of the Housing Advisory Board. I'm also a member of 2 voluntary groups, Building a Better Brookline and Brookline for Everyone. I am a housing advocate. That will come as a surprise to no one. And that is the perspective that I speak from. I'm a strong proponent of the housing production plan, which has now been a year in the making just to get started, and it is actually starting just about now. And the reason for that is that I think it is crucial with the affordable housing crisis that we have and the climate crisis that we have that we address the needs for housing in our community and the needs to reimagine our housing corridors, commercial corridors along Beacon and Harvard and Boylston Streets in order to frankly increase density and make it possible to build the kind of housing we need to make it possible, David, so that people who are architects can move into this town, once again, like they could when you did, whatever it was, 30 or 40, 40 years ago. And we can only do that by increasing supply and by making housing more available. Now, the presentation by the petitioners was very nice and it was very reasonable and it sounded very sensible. But, in other contexts, they've said things that I feel to me less sensible and less reasonable. They have said that, they are concerned because of the housing choice law, which allows us to make zoning changes by 50% or 51%, which could allow a lot of changes that we might not consider well enough. Well, the reason the housing choice law was adopted is because of our housing crisis, because cities and towns and communities need rapidly to address that housing crisis and not to go through a planning process that will be 3 or 4 or 5 years and require 2/3 votes in order to make any changes, which is why we have so little native housing development today. That also goes to the climate crisis. We need in this community the ability to have dense housing and denser housing that we have. Someone talked about what they love about Brookline. What I love about Brookline is the people. I love the neighbors. I love the diverse buildings. I love the intensity, and I would love to see more of it, not less of it. I do not want
30
to preserve
seconds.
the status quo. How much?
30 seconds.
Okay, sorry for going over. Let me make one last point, which I'm very concerned about. In their initial presentation, the petitioners did not at all mention even their ARPA proposal. They seem to have dropped it from their explanation. But I strongly oppose the use of ARPA funds, which are intended to help those who are most disadvantaged by COVID and with our public health crisis and other things for a public planning process. And if we're not going to use ARPA funds, then other funds may have to be identified. And the idea of undertaking a $1.2 million process, which could take 3 years, or I believe 5 years or 7 years, that you look at comparable communities or longer, I think is really irresponsible at this point. So I approve the idea of planning. I think we need to do more planning. We need a stronger and more robust planning department that has better funding. And I think we need to plan for that, not adopt this resolution with its hasty, financial plan in order to stop the possibility of housing development. Thank you very much for your time.
Public comment is David Lascoye. Your 3 minutes will begin when you unmute.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation on this warrant article, Mr. Lee and Linda and Gina. I'm also agree with Jonathan that planning is a good thing. We need to do it, but I'm very concerned about the idea that ARPA would be appropriate for this. I don't think it fits neither the spirit nor the intent of ARPA, which is the word is rescue, and it's there to really lend a hand to the people that have been most affected by the COVID epidemic. Now, the town has I think we'll have, as we go through the process with the Brookline Community Foundation assessment and all of the work that's going on in various departments, the town will end up having a leading role in addressing the impacts on ARPA on the less fortunate, more vulnerable portions of our community. I've already heard about efforts that are underway in the Department of Public Works. It happens that the flood zones and the density of poor and minority populations are quite congruent. So, and one of the things that ARPA can do, as specifically as infrastructure, is water and sewer and stormwater drainage. That will targeting the areas that are in flood zones that have low-income people would be an important initiative for Brookline, and this is an opportunity to begin that kind of work. Other examples are with the another map that we have is heat zones. which affect, this is more on the public health heading under ARPA. There are heat zones, and in fact, the heat zones and the same areas that are shown in the recent 2020 census maps of low income and minority populations, again, are coincident. And I would think that the town could target tree planting and other efforts to mitigate heat zones. And that would be definitely in keeping with the intent and spirit of ARPA. Another example is some of the kinds of things that are happening with the Council on Aging. There's a tremendous amount of distress among the elderly in Brookline. They've been
30 seconds.
Very adversely affected by the pandemic and additional social services. And in the schools, the same thing. Kids have been out. A lot of them have problems that they need counseling. And this is another thing that ARPA can do. We should be focusing with our ARPA on those kinds of things, not planning. Thank you.
Next person signed up for public comment is Katha Seidman. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. I want to say that the process of inclusive planning that Gina Hahn described is one I definitely agree with completely in the language. Unfortunately for me, the devil is in the details. What I have many concerns about I have many concerns about aspects in this warrant article. I want to focus my comments on the petitioner's failure to describe a specific community engagement plan and what that implies. Community engagement has become a buzzword for anyone who wants to show they value small d democratic inclusion, a goal that's easy to desire but much more difficult to meaningfully achieve. That truth was brought home to me when I listened to the description of community engagement presented to the select board last Tuesday. Changing the culture and finding ways to really listen to each other are lovely aspirations, and I agree with all of them. But because the speaker provided no means of quantifying their success, these gestures remain nothing more than simplistic yearnings. Residents should indeed believe their town government has listened to their concerns, but to actually make listening into a tangible outcome for all community groups, especially those traditionally left out of town government, a successful community engagement plan must be designed to change the old top-down decision-making structure of government by changing who is in the room when decisions are taken. Real community engagement requires building into town governance input from every constituency and all stakeholders, respecting and learning from different experiences and perspectives, collecting actionable data from a variety of forms, and then assembling that input to benchmark innovative and responsive solutions. The cities of Minneapolis and Somerville both describe their comprehensive community engagement plans on their websites. Both cities developed strategic plans that build space for continuing community input, creating a new inclusive governance infrastructure. Yes, they developed that new infrastructure by focusing the conversation on how to manage future development. But in both cities, community engagement was not a nice feel-good add-on. Rather, each city's engagement process was used to challenge the status quo while building long-term government processes designed to generate a future that benefits all residents, not just those who traditionally dominate town decisions.
You have 30 seconds.
This warrant article asserts Brookline needs to revision its future, but consciously or unconsciously, it fails to articulate a mechanism to reimagine who controls the process. Comprehensive planning without a true understanding of who is actually included in the decision-making will simply repeat failures we are trying to correct. Without a strategic plan for changing the way decisions about planning are taken, this warrant article will inherently leave unchanged the problems of exclusions in town planning we are all trying to address. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Jonathan Margolis. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Thank you. In case anyone doesn't know, the score presently is Red Sox 2, Houston 1 in the top of the second. To me, This is a warrant article that should be about as controversial as the one to appoint measures of wood and bark. No one suggests, I believe, at least not seriously, that we have a comprehensive vision of zoning for the town. The town is tremendously complex in income, in physical structure, in the age of its buildings. Do we really want to go forward, given what we've seen in the past 5 years with 40B structures and other proposals for development? The importance of dealing with transportation corridors and development opportunities in various parts of the town. Do we really want to go to the world and say, yeah, we don't have a comprehensive plan for zoning? I'm sorry, but that doesn't make any sense. This should be an easy, some people have criticized what this warrant article does not say, and there may be validity to that, but it's a resolution. The spaces can be filled in. This is a first step. It's time to take that step. In fact, it's over. It's too long since we've taken that step. And in terms of the cost, a couple of weeks ago, we heard that the cost of a new Pierce school is likely to be $200 million. Do we really believe that the relative pittance that this project might cost is not worth it to the overall shape of the future of our town? I don't see it. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Al Rain. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you very much. My name is Al Rain. I live in Precinct 4. I'm a member of the Economic Development Board, and I'm also a member of the volunteer advocacy group, Building a Better Brookline. I know and admire and respect the petitioners a great deal, none more than my friend David Lee. Hi, David. That said, though, I have real reservations about warrant article 26, and it's not because I don't think this is an important moment to do a lot of planning, because I do, and it's not because I think our zoning is just fine and doesn't need any changes, because I don't. It's because I think that there is a better way to do that planning and as a platform for zoning changes, and that's to vigorously pursue the two townwide planning initiatives that we've already embarked on. One which we've heard about tonight is the housing production plan, and you've just kicked that off, and this board knows all about that. And remember, the housing production plan is townwide. It's really foundational in what it tries to do, and it addresses something very timely and urgent. The other is the series of corridor and district studies in our mixed-use corridors and districts that our existing comp plan envisions, which has gotten underway with the Lower Boylston Street study, which I think everybody on both sides of this issue views as a model. And Upper Boylston is queued up behind that, and those should be done in all of the mixed-use corridors districts in the town. Now, the petitioners in the article acknowledges those two initiatives and says they should proceed, and I acknowledge that they do that, and I appreciate it. That said, though, I think that regardless of the petitioner's intention, warrant article 26 would naturally have a tendency to frustrate those two initiatives and downgrade their importance. And I say that for three reasons. First of all, it would compete with them for energy, resources, and focus. These things are hard, and they need energy, resources, and focus. And warrant article 26, particularly, well, first the comp plan and then the zoning, would be the thing. And I think they would not only take up energy, resources, and focus, but they would generate an inevitable expectation that they would have to be done or substantially done before we look to significant zoning change. Just hard to imagine people wouldn't come to that expectation.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Which brings me to the second point, which is how long this will take. Somerville, which the petitioners often point to as an example, took 10 years, literally, to do exactly the same two steps, a comp plan and zoning. Not 3, not 4. No one would care if it was 4 rather than 3, but 10. And the third thing is that when this process is done, everything would then ride on a 2/3 vote for a sweeping townwide zoning rewrite. And
You've reached 3
obviously
minutes.
an unknown outcome. And if that failed, we'd be in trouble. So I would urge us to focus on the housing production plan and the corridor and district studies as a way forward. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Regina Frawley. You've been promoted to a panelist. Your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you. Regina Frawley, town meeting member from precinct 16. It's more questions I have, some of it reflecting support for some of the previous speakers. How would this article interact with the housing production plan? We just voted a substantial amount of money to hire the consultants for that. Again, is for the second time. How would this interact? Would it put a stop to it? And I don't care who can answer it, but how would it interact? That's one question. I think the point about having a proper structure in place as to accountability, how it would run, is a very legitimate question, and I'm surprised it hasn't been presented. Number 3, how would this deal with economic development, with open space, etc., because these are all the various stakeholders generically, who in turn can hold meetings with the public. What is the overall arching grand strategy, and what are the details that will go into this, the tactics of achieving it? Thank you.
So we're going to get through public comment, and then I'll give the petitioners an opportunity to respond to the questions that were raised.
The next person signed up for public comment is Paul Warren. You've been promoted to a panelist, and your time will begin when you're ready.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for providing the opportunity to speak. I am Paul Warren. I'm a Precinct 1 town meeting member, a member of the advisory committee. I'm also a co-petitioner for Article 26 and a member of Brookline by Design. I wanted to touch on just a couple of points. First, I really appreciated John Margolis's comment that why in the world wouldn't we do this? This is a strategic plan. We don't have a strategic plan for growth of Brookline. We have a lot of individual plans, but we don't have an overarching strategic plan. And I can't understand, it would be a tremendous investment to do that. And it's not a huge amount of money, $400,000 a year for 3 years. I want to correct, there's a lot of misinformation and misperceptions that some of the prior speakers spoke to, and I appreciate their point of view. Everybody's passionate. First, I want you to know, nowhere in the resolution, if you read the resolution, there's no stopping housing development. John, one of the prior speakers said that this would stop the housing production plan's production of housing. It absolutely will not. So to answer Regina's question, how does the housing production plan and Warrant Article 26 interact? They interact, they're complementary. They actually have very similar goals. The near-term goal is to produce housing. If you look at what Somerville did, Somerville developed a long-term comprehensive plan, and they did short-term zoning to fix the housing problem. That's what our housing production plan is going to do. We are not proposing to stop any of these development activities from going forward. We're asking for a longer-term strategic plan that would go 30 years and beyond, 2030 and beyond. The second is around, we need to change the seat at the table. I heard another speaker say that. The same people that have been sitting at the table for 30 years are still sitting at the table and making the decisions. You know, the same 4 people that typically have made decisions are making the decisions. And what's happening is we're really starting to bump up against that. You know, so what we are proposing in our warrant article is to have a broad committee appointed by the select board that is broad in its appointment in representative groups, not just one specific use group. So that's a big difference. And again, it doesn't compete with the housing production plan. They actually are very complementary. And with respect to community engagement, you know, we offered in our description the proposal that we put forward to offer, because if we didn't propose the specifics, we would have been told, well, you didn't get specific. This is
30 seconds.
Instead, we provided specifics, and now, you know, which gives you an opportunity for people to critique. But I think there's a tremendous opportunity for improvement in anything that we propose, but it's a resolution. There's not, you know, there's no thing in concrete with respect to the plan that we gave as a framework. And the last thing I would just say is this: the housing production plan is an important step in developing housing in Brookline. Our proposal doesn't stop it, but when you read the project contract for the housing production plan, it's only housing.
3 minutes.
It only, 1 second, it only deals with housing. It doesn't deal with transportation, open space, walkability, biking, mobility, preservation. It doesn't deal with any of that. It's only about housing. We are offering a broader strategic plan. And I think it is really something that we need to take serious because it's something that we have to.
Well,
address.
respectfully,
Thank
we
you
do
so
have
much.
time limits and we ask everybody to adhere to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
The next person signed up for public comment is Ryan Black. You've been promoted and your 3 minutes will begin when you unmute.
Thank you, Devin. And hello again, board. Ryan Black, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6. I want to thank Jonathan Klein and David Lescoyer for the comments about how this article is not an appropriate use of ARPA funds, to name just a few other uses. And this is by no means an exhaustive list. Food security is still a huge issue in town. Just ask Mutual Aid Brookline. They're experience like heavy levels of demand. The refurbishment of public housing units there's still many of them in need of repair. We will need to, at some point in the near future, jumpstart the social services department and the cahoots-like responder to mental health crises that came out of the town's police reimagining committee. And there's of course a whole community engagement process underway that will hopefully generate more ideas for uses of the ARPA funds. And regarding the actual processes this article proposes, and this is kind of more me trying to pose something as a question I'd like to get more clarity on. It's unclear to me kind of whether what's being laid out here would almost be a de facto ceding of authority over zoning matters by town meeting. And I totally hear what the petitioners are saying in terms of, we could still, move forward on articles. It's just a resolution. This is just trying to get the ball rolling on a longer, more, or long-term strategic plan. I guess I'm just imagining in my head that what's like select boards change, town meeting changes, like there's turnover. And so I guess I would really like to hear clarification from the petitioners how they aim to balance a long-term strategic plan, which, granted, sounds like a good idea, with the fact that who ultimately has authority over matters like zoning is going to change from year to year. And so and I think, we should all strive to make sure that authority stays with the democratically elected officials. But yeah, I'll see the rest of my time, but thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Paul Sainer. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Paul Sainer, are you there? Paul, you've got 3 minutes.
Paul, I do see that you're unmuted, but it looks like your audio might not be connected. So just check the source of your headphones quickly. I think there just might be a disconnect there.
Can you hear me now, Devin?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much for your indulgence. Paul Sainer, Town Meeting Member, Co-Chair of EDAB, member of Building a Better Brookline, speaking for myself. First of all, we're talking about master planning or comprehensive planning, and there's a statute in state law that puts the planning board in charge of that. We're not talking about strategic planning. In any municipality, never mind one that's contemplating charter reform, comp planning is a very significant lift. And it requires a tremendous amount of resources. The warrant article, as amended, is essentially a referral to the select board to appoint a project governance committee and to come up with funding. The responsibility of the select board would, for this to be successful, require significant select board involvement. Just hearkening back to the 2005 comp plan, 2 select board members worked very, very hard, and everyone involved and since has concluded
that the result of that was a very ineffective chicken in every pot. I disagree with Select Board Van Scoyac. I think there are consequences of not doing this right beyond what has already been pointed out, that the ultimate end goal, zoning reform, would require 2/3 town meeting approval. It's going to require funding that will come from somewhere else. The proponents mentioned tonight the overlay reserve. We've heard references to CDBG funds. And so obviously there's no funding path whatsoever. It's going to require, as I've already alluded to, significant leadership as well. The point that I want to impart on the select board is to not take a vote on this until you've heard the recommendations from the 3 primary land use boards that you appoint that have an interest in this matter. And so if you guys could wait until November 2nd, you'll have heard from HAB, EDAB, and most importantly, the planning board.
30 seconds.
It's critical that the planning board step up on this. And my thought in closing is that there's a lot of merit to this proposal, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done to line this up for success. And I wouldn't be surprised if over the next week, the select board might have an alternative referral that would start with an initial process, including lining up the funding and the leadership to make more comprehensive townwide planning a success without in any way impacting the present very critical long-term planning work that HAB and EDAB have been working on for 5 years. Thank you very much for your time.
Great.
I do see Deborah Brown's hand raised in the attendee list. Deborah, if you do want to make a comment, just accept the panelist promotion. All right, Deborah, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Brown. I'm a town meeting member. I'm also involved with Build a Better Brookline, and I am currently the president of the board for Brookline Improvement Coalition. I'm a big believer in planning. Anybody that knows me knows that I have a constant harp about Brookline, and that it doesn't have a strategic plan. You know, departments don't have strategic plans. And so the comprehensive plan that we're discussing would be a subset of a larger planning effort that I think every department should undertake. So here are my issues with what I've read and what I've heard. And I want to refer you to an article called, "Are We Planning for Equity?" And in that article, you know, the key question is, when we talk about planning, and I don't believe that the current proposal actually does get to equity, but they say point blank, to what extent and in what ways do local governments include goals and recommendations that would advance equitable outcomes in their comprehensive plans? I don't hear that. And as we start this process, as we're looking, and I don't care if, you know, if it's just a set of recommendations or not, that has to be beaten into the language. It has to be clear. And so as we're talking about a comprehensive plan, you know, we should be looking at newer plans, plans for more diverse communities, plans created by planning departments, you know, that actually delve into the issues of equity. I think we need to be more thoughtful about how we're looking at zoning ordinances. And again, I did not hear much about that. And what I'm starting to read is that zoning actually exacerbates inequality. There appears to be a lack of coordination across the departments. And I think I heard one of the speakers say, oh no, we've limited this to the planning department. You can't do a comprehensive plan without involving DPW. You just can't do it. The health department should be involved, because you're talking about transportation, because you're talking about this array of issues: housing, transportation, open space, public health, arts and culture, sustainability and resilience. They all have to be folded into the plan.
You have 30 seconds.
I'm wrapping up. And then lastly, I want to ask the question: if this is a comprehensive plan, if this is a comprehensive plan about the future, why is the language so stuck and wedded in a status quo model? And so before we pass anything, I would ask us to dream, and dream big. Think about Brookline as not simply a diamond in a rough, but a diamond that could be even more sharper, but also more inclusive. So those are my comments. Thank you.
At this time, there are 26 attendees and no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Great. So I will, at this time, I will close the public hearing. I will give the petitioners about 5 minutes to respond to issues that were raised in the public comment, and then I'll see if there are any comments or questions from select board members, but I do want to keep things moving because we've got, I think, 8 warrant articles to discuss and vote on before we adjourn for the night. So, Linda, if you want to take it.
Yeah, I'll give it a try, and hopefully my co-petitioners will chime in if I miss anything. I really need to respond to Deborah because I wasn't able to give my presentation. And one of the chief reasons to be doing this planning work is to include equity in our planning. Absolutely. And there are many things that we can do. We can improve conditions in our environmental justice areas. We can worry about housing that's appropriate for low-income people. I mean, there are just a million ways that if we were thoughtful and deliberate about how we go forward with our land use, we are definitely including equity. And the other thing is the inclusive process. You know, I appreciate people's concern about that. And that is one of the key features in what we're talking about, is that we need to be as inclusive and to run a public process that is different than the status quo. That anyone saying that we're in favor of the status quo doesn't understand the purpose of planning. The purpose of planning is to envision a future and to move towards those goals that we have as a community. As far as the housing question goes, I consider the housing production plan a good start on this process. And it's the housing element of a comprehensive plan, but it is only one land use. It's only one land use. And whatever we do with a piece of land, we can't do something else with it. So we need to understand the interaction between all of the uses and our facilities and our infrastructure and our place in the region. And all of it has to be part of what we talk about together as a community. I don't want to give up on our community of having this conversation. I think it's just absolutely critical. And some of the other questions, I'm sorry, I can't remember. I'll just say on the ARPA thing, you know, this is going to be a long process and we're going to talk a lot about it, but we have found examples of other communities that are using these funds for planning work. And I think planning work is critical right now. We are at a tipping point, and it's absolutely key to the future of our community and our community's health. Thank you. Someone else might want to address some of the issues, Paul or Gina or David. Thank you.
Gina.
I was just going to say that I agree with Linda that I think it's really kind of ironic that this is being cast as somehow being wedded to the status quo, when I think what we're trying to suggest here is that we have this opportunity to do something very different from what we have been doing, and to do things like move forward with housing, but to do it in the context of, you know, how do we take all the great work that's going on in town around, you know, sustainability, around transportation accessibility, around equity, around open space. How do we take all of those things and put them into a zoning code, the zoning bylaw, in such a way that when we are building housing, we're doing it in the best possible way that we can be doing it. We're not leaving all of those other elements out. And so, so it really is a chance to look at this holistically and to not be kind of ignoring all of these things when we're, only looking at things through one lens. This gives us the opportunity to do things holistically and to think synthetically in a way that we're not able to right now.
Petitioners have 1 minute left.
David. You're muted, David.
You're muted.
There we go. I'm here now. Listen, this is real quick. A couple of things. There's a difference between building houses and housing. A number of years ago, we all got involved with something called Hope 6. And that recognized that it wasn't just about building the house or the unit, but it was about the whole neighborhood, all the other aspects that go with it, including transportation, open space, and I would add equity and diversity has to be part of that. Everybody here tonight has said we need to do planning. And I don't think there's anybody that doesn't think this needs to happen. We put a framework out there. It's a point of departure. We're open to other suggestions about how to do it, how to fund it, how to implement it, and so forth. This is a shot at it. If people have ideas about how to do it, let's come with it. Let's not just try to stop something and say, nope, it's not perfect. There's a lot that has to be done. And that's what the first phase of this is about, values and where we want to go and trying to give some kind of metrics to shoot for. So, everybody says, boy, I love everything about this, but I don't want to vote for it.
Well, thank you very much. Any comments or questions from the select board members before we move on? John.
I just want to repeat that I think we have nothing to fear from planning. And to make that point, 3 key words: preserve, enhance, transform. Preserve, enhance, transform. Part of planning processes is to look at the neighborhood around you, look at your town, look at the street, one street over. Ask yourself, look at commercial areas, look at areas of housing, whatever. Ask yourselves, in the future that I envision for this neighborhood, this street, what would I preserve? What would I enhance? What would I transform? I hope you'll take note that 2 of the 3 terms are change terms. They are not status quo terms, and even preserve is not a status quo term as such. It forces you to decide priorities, and to priorities what is preservation worthy and what is not preservation worthy. But as I say, this is a process about change. It's not a process about status quo. And I, for one, don't think we have anything to fear from it.
Any other comments or questions by select board members? Seeing none, thank you very much for this presentation. You've given us a lot to think about.
Thank you, Heather.
We will vote on it at a different meeting. Excellent. So now we're going to move into old business. And I believe we're going to start with warrant article 28, which was the warrant article on fur. So we had quite frankly, one of the best presentations I've ever seen by a petitioner, which is now making me reconsider my position. So are there any initial thoughts about the warrant article that is being proposed? Bernard, you're muted.
Sorry. My recollection is that the petitioner spoke with a variety of people around town and were told that there's no fur in Brookline. They just want to prevent sales in the future. I guess I'm a little uncomfortable voting for something that's trying to solve a problem that we don't have. So that's just my thought at this point.
Raul.
I'll just say there's also no gun sales in Brookline right now, but I believe we're all supporting the warrant article that would prevent gun sales from happening in the future. So
yeah, but there's a threat of gun sales here.
I don't know about
No
that.
furs.
Yeah.
Well, not to split hairs. I think the warrant articles that are going to come before us zone for where it could be in the future, because I don't think that we have the ability to just outright not allow that use. But your point is kind of taken. Yeah. Miriam.
I just have to share that when my father was a refugee to this country, so my grandfather was a refugee, and he made his living as a furrier. And so I actually have some beautiful furs in my closet that were handed down to me from my grandfather, and I will be voting in favor of this warrant article because, you know, I can't look in my crystal ball and predict the future, and I don't support the current sale of fur. So I want to thank the petitioners for an excellent foray into politics.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that moved me the most actually was the fact that he had done his homework and was not impacting our small business owners. Just knowing that this vote is not going to impact those owners makes me come off of a likely no vote and turning me into a likely yes vote. And I mean, it's one of my guilty pleasures. I'm from Maine. I have fur that I love and wear. So it is what it is. John?
I do not have any fur that I know of. However, anybody who's seen how I dress would understand that's true. I think in a way I have bad news because I feel as though, you know, board members were moving very, you know, much towards being comfortable voting for this because the petitioner pointed out that there were no, you know, merchants actually selling fur in Brookline. I happen to have witnessed the advisory committee's handling of this article last night. And that point was very, very strongly contradicted by David Gladstone, the head of the Chamber of Commerce. And, you know, the discussion was polite, but it was pointed. And David was quite clear and repeated himself more than once that the petitioner was representing as the views of the merchants of Brookline, what had been told to him anecdotally by the person who is the public relations representative for the Chamber of Commerce. So he did it in good faith. But on the other hand, David Gladstone asked him outright, did you talk to any merchants? And he said, no, I took the word of the public representative of the Chamber of Commerce, the PR representative, and the communications representative, excuse me. And David said, again, quite pointedly, well, you should have talked to some merchants because there are merchants who sell gloves and some of the gloves are fur lined and they frankly don't know how they would deal with this issue. They don't know for sure how enforcement would affect them. And they're not sure that they can even rely on the claims as to the products they're selling, as to whether some might be fur that are not identified as fur, or some might be identified as fur that are actually fake. And then there's another issue which arose last night, which I hadn't been aware of previously, which is it's not illegal to sell used fur. So it turns out one of the major merchandisers claims now all of our fur is used fur. Well, you know, who's going to be able to dispute that claim? So it's a complicated issue. And my sense is that these questions were taken quite seriously by the petitioners and that maybe they are going to do a little bit of fine tuning of the article. And so I'm not sure the article is ready. It's not so much, am I ready? It's a question of, is there work being done on the article to make it more ready after what, was brought to the floor last night?
Well, that is new information. How do people feel about possibly postponing our vote on this? Raul?
I would say I just think that's fine. I never want to rely on, and I know we get this a lot because we all go to different meetings, but rely on someone else's account of what happened at a meeting, particularly what a petitioner might or might not support. And so if they were here, I'd love to hear from them. I don't know if they are, but if not, I guess I'm happy to voting later. I don't know that this board's recommendation is going to be a decisive factor in town meetings vote, frankly, on this issue. This is all at this point personal opinion and even preference. There's nothing as select board members that gives us any particular insight as to whether or not town meeting members should take our advice on what to support here. I think.
Miriam?
I would say that Jonathan Klein, who's one of the co-petitioners, is a participant and asking to respond.
Okay, Devin, can you please promote?
Sorry, I missed that.
Promote Jonathan Klein.
Got it.
Yeah. Great, Jonathan, were you present and do you have anything to add?
Yeah, thank you. Jonathan Klein, a town meeting member, precinct 10, one of the co-petitioners. I was at the AC subcommittee hearing. They had a number of very constructive and thoughtful comments, which the petitioners are taking into account. We reviewed the warrant article tonight and made several key changes. And we are going back before that subcommittee at 6 o'clock on Thursday, in advance of, I believe, the AC meeting itself at 7 o'clock on Thursday. So I think if you want to postpone your vote until after you hear the results of that, that's fine. I would like to make one very slight correction, I think, of Mr. Van Scoyak's comments, which is that I don't think that the representative from the Chamber of Commerce was able to identify or specifically identified any specific retailer in town that had this concern or that was dealing in products that may or may not have been fur. I think his comments were speculative and questioning as to whether there were any, but I don't think he actually identified any. So we appreciated his comments, but we continue to believe that banning the sale of actual fur products in town would be a positive thing and one that we support. So thank you for your attention. Postponing it until you hear the results of our changes and whether the AC subcommittee and the AC itself has any further reaction to it, I think would be perfectly appropriate. And I won't take any more of your time.
Great, thank you very much. So I'll propose that we postpone this another week and hopefully we'll have some information that will make it a little bit easier for us to vote. Okay, moving on to the marijuana related articles. We should probably take warrant article 7 first, since it's our own sponsored warrant article. I see Melissa Goff. So I know that this has been the subject of many subcommittee hearings for the AC, and that we have gotten some feedback about our own select board policy and whether or not it has some issues in it. So Melissa, do you want to just kind of briefly give an overview of what you've been hearing from the AC, and maybe we can discuss as a select board how to deal with this constructive feedback?
So I was not at the advisory committee meeting last night, so my synopsis probably wouldn't be very complete. But essentially, I believe that the question about whether or not some of the issues that we are putting in the policy should be included in the article. I think that's part of the issue that advisory is trying to sort through. Whether or not the board should have the flexibility to have the equity policy kind of as a standalone matter versus putting the policy requirements into the bylaw itself. So I think that's part of what they're sorting through right now. And I don't know, I know John was at the meeting as well. I don't know if you have any additional commentary on that. I do have a technical correction to warrant Article 7. Should you should you move it? The moderator was reviewing it and realized that the reference in the bylaws is incorrect. So I confirmed with town council it should be 8.37.4 if you do choose to vote it.
Great. John, did you have any thoughts? Otherwise, I think what we might want to do is defer this one another week and also pair it with a discussion about possibly revising our select board policy. But John, please say what you observed last night.
Sure, and Devin was there too. So you may want to add a note or two. Well, I'd say a couple of things. This famous movie line, what we have here is a failure to communicate. I think perhaps the advisory committee and the select board had a failure to communicate on this one, simply because I think we got out of sync with each other. I think there are aspects of this that we as a select board, if we'd had time to meet individually, separately from advisory committee, would have agreed need tweaking. If they'd been tweaked, I think we might have gotten a better result out of the advisory committee. Two key issues that I want to flag so that we can hopefully tailor this a little bit more towards what would be successful, not just with the advisory committee, but with town meeting as a whole. Number one, Melissa has already mentioned, which is there does seem to be an issue which has become kind of a stumbling block for people. They really want reassurance as to how we will define the policy as regards who are the people who are likely to get licenses, not who are they individually, but what categories of people, and how do we bake that into what we're proposing so that it doesn't become an after the fact policy decision of the select board as to who this is aimed at, what the purposes are of this, and how we are going to guarantee we get to those purposes, as opposed to something that is, frankly, a little bit vague. This is all about equity applicants or economic opportunity, economic empowerment applicants. There's a lot. There's language that could be added to what we've proposed that will pin it down a bit more as to those issues. That's number one. And number two is, I really don't know what we do about this. The fact of the matter is that at the select board's initiative, there was a vote proposed in November of 2019, which was quite specific, that the matter that we're actually dealing with in Article 7 is a matter that, according to a vote we took at town meeting in November of 2019, the select board had asked for and town meeting had agreed would be referred to the licensing review committee. Now, there's a lot of good reasons why that didn't happen. The major one being COVID, at the beginning of which, excuse me, we went into kind of emergency mode, and we had an emergency operations center. And one of the things that the emergency operations center did was to ask all non-essential boards and commissions to hold off on holding meetings. So a lot of meetings didn't get held after the onset of COVID. One of the boards that did not meet and did not fulfill the vote that was taken at town meeting is the licensing review committee. So people are asking the question, you asked us to approve that the licensing review committee come up with the provisions for this kind of an article, and they have never met and they never had a part in this process. So what's your explanation? And I think we need to have a good explanation. I think we can in fact with some care and some respect for the town meeting members, explain to them the background to this, the context of this, and the integrity of the process we did follow, which was a good process. And perhaps we can proceed forward with this without having to unwind everything we did because of the failure to assign it to the licensing review committee.
So what do folks want to do? Miriam?
Well, I am all for tightening up the language to make this very, very clear that it's for, a very narrow, specific category of equity candidates. I don't have any, I think that's great. Yes, let's do that. I don't know how to solve this for the second, except to say that I think, in fact, COVID is a reasonable explanation for not having followed the original path. So those are my two comments on that. I wasn't here for that part, so I can't speak to all of it, but I certainly think that obviously a lot of things got derailed for good reason.
Yeah. So maybe we delay. I think we do need to change some of the language in the select board policy. So maybe we take care of that next week. Melissa, would you be able to work offline and propose some changes based on the feedback that we're getting from advisory?
Yeah, I can try. Yep.
Okay. Raul?
Yeah, I just want to make clear, because I think some folks, some of the feedback I've gotten is why didn't you just use the CCC definitions, the Cannabis Control Commission definitions? And actually, those are much more wide ranging than what the board is attempting to do through these articles, or through this article in particular, and through the policy that's connected to the article. And so the goal here, and I share Miriam's comments, if the shared goal here is to make it as likely as possible that the additional licenses are going to go to folks who are a majority, represent a majority of communities of color in the ownership. I don't know that the CCC definitions, certainly not of social equity, and even if you really look at it, economic empowerment, will necessarily get us there. We do need to more to do something to better tailor the requirements there. And my understanding from our past conversations with Monique Baldwin, who helped draft the policy, is that that we have the latitude, because these are licenses that are above the statutory limit that we're required to provide as a yes community in Brookline, that we do have that flexibility to tailor that a bit more. So if there are folks either in the AC or elsewhere that have specific ideas about how to tighten up that language so that we can meet that shared goal, let's hear it, and let's get it done this week so that we will be prepared to vote on an amended version next week. And I'm happy to help if I can be helpful. I'll make myself available, and I'm happy to help take a look at anything that Melissa or others are able to come up with.
Great. So maybe moving on to warrant article 8. Well, Raul actually kind of teed it up. So my understanding is that, we are a yes community. We are required to make sure that we have licenses based on 20%. And so rounding up ensures that we are in compliance. Rounding down would, I guess, then trigger a need to go before a townwide vote to address that. So this kind of reminds me of a home rule petition in a certain way, where you get the blessing of town meeting to then do what you actually intend to do, which is to do something else, either go to the state legislature or, I guess in this case, do a townwide vote. How do members feel about what this warrant article is trying to achieve? I think this might fall under, if you don't have anything nice to say, you don't say anything. Bernard, and then John.
I don't know. I'm not in favor of this warrant article, frankly. I think that the motivation for it is the teen use of cannabis and its impact, which is similar to the impact of alcohol on teens. And I'm not sure that there's a good connection between that and rounding down to reduce potentially the number of stores here in Brookline. So that's where I am at this point.
John.
Although, let me
Oh.
just say, the issue of teen use is very, very important. That's why I, pushed to get this ruling, which unfortunately came down on the wrong side, in my opinion, on the Justin Bieber matter. But I think that can be dealt with by the next warrant article by either a separate committee or having the cannabis, Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee sort of recharged to include some of the concerns in the warrant article.
John.
There's one question I did not get to ask, and I would sure like to be able to ask it and to have it answered, and that is, what did the sponsors of this proposal say would be the effect of rounding down, if the result of rounding down is that we go from 4 approved licenses to 3 approved licenses, when there are 4 approved licenses already in place? And they always say, oh, but the current licensees would not be impacted. But what if one of those licensees, wants to transfer to a future licensee who would then become the holder of the license? Would that trigger that this 4th license has been invalidated, and therefore there cannot be the transfer that the holder is seeking? Aside from that, I just feel like, frankly, the sponsors of this are talking, they're basically talking in circles about it. They say it's not for the purpose of actually reducing the number of our licenses, but let's make it official that if we happen to drop below 19 liquor licenses, that we're only allowed to have 3 licenses. Well, that sure sounds like dropping the number of licenses we're qualified to have in Brookline to me. So I'm not persuaded.
So I will attempt to answer your question, although I don't know whether or not I truly have the answer. So I guess we would have to check with town council. I believe in my very first town meeting as a town meeting member, I was made aware that we had a similar construct in place with tobacco sales license. And as through natural attrition, businesses closed, their tobacco sales license then expired. And that has led to a shrinking of the number of tobacco licenses over time. So I imagine that it would potentially follow that model, but we would have to check with town council on that. Any other comments? I will propose no action on this warrant article. Any comments before I move that and we take a roll call vote?
Just a reminder that when we vote no action, that a yes vote is a no vote against the article, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. Just reminding myself, really.
Yeah. Okay. So all those in favor of moving no action on this warrant article, please say aye. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much. Moving on to warrant article 9. This is proposing a study committee. Any initial thoughts? I had some initial thoughts. My first question to the petitioner was, what is the difference between this and the Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee? And he did have a solid answer. But I think that we could change the charge, expand the charge of that committee. What I want to avoid is creating yet another committee that has such an overlap with an existing committee. You know, chairing the board, being on the board, we spend an inordinate amount of time interviewing candidates, recruiting candidates. So I think we need to be a lot more choosy as to when we create a study committee. Miriam and then Bernard.
Thank you. So I am the co-chair of that committee. We are already have agreed as a committee that the charge is being redone. I have asked input for everybody on that committee, including the police officer, anybody who is on the committee in any capacity, staff, townwide, as well as all the committee members for input. And I have the warrant article, the list of all the things in the warrant article. I've asked the committee specifically to look at that list and take from it what they think is a doable, something we could actually do, and something that they think is really relevant as a committee. And we will work to incorporate those suggestions into the charge. So that's happening. I can't promise that we're going to do all of those things. Certainly a few things have already come to light, including some, questions about marketing and advertising. That seems to be something that the committee is interested in looking at. But so it won't be everything. I'm not going to promise everything, but I'm certainly, I'm getting as much input from the committee as I can. And we're looking at that warrant article 9 specifically for ideas. And Melissa and I have a meeting already on the books to start discussing this.
If I could just add to that as well, we did get feedback from the health department staff that there would be a burden on the health department in order to provide some of the information that is required under this warrant article, and that they don't have the sufficient staffing to meet the directives of the article.
Thank you. Bernard.
Yeah, basically along the same lines as Miriam. I think that the existing committee could be sort of recharged to subsume everything in this warrant article, because remember, there are two pieces to it, and I can't find the language, but it's number one, provide for the use of the money from the HCAs, or the host community agreements, and number two, additional implementation. There's another piece to the charge that talks about the mitigation of the impact of cannabis, which would include the impact on things like teenagers, etc. So I think that the way the charge is currently written, we can sort of subsume the much of what's in this warrant article into the charge of the committee. I hope that's clear.
As mud.
I don't
John.
have the language in front of me, but I
know.
think currently the committee can do a lot of what's in the warrant article, and we should go that way instead of creating a new bureaucracy.
And what I might do is offer a motion to refer this to that committee, but John and then Raul.
I just want to underscore, as I have at past meetings, that even though I disagree with them on this, on whether to vote yes or no on 7, yes or no on 8, the sponsors of 8 and the sponsors of 9, same people pretty much, have done us all a favor, and an important one, by focusing very, very laser-like on adolescents and impacts of the legalization of cannabis among adolescents, who I would remind everyone are not legal users, but on the other hand, have for decades managed to get their hands on cannabis and continue to manage to get their hands on cannabis. And research changes over time, and we're learning new stuff every day. And so thank you to the sponsors of Articles 8 and 9 for bringing those issues to the forefront. Having said that, I'm impressed with the job that Miriam is doing with that committee, with her committee. And I think the last thing Brookline needs right now is yet another example of duplicative committees. I fully expect that Miriam will take hold of this issue, and I am looking forward to some robust discussions among professionals who have done the research on both the impacts on the brain, but also on behaviors. We need to have that discussion. We need expertise and we need commitment. And I think Miriam is going to bring all three of those to the work of her committee.
Raul?
I'll just say I agree with everything that's been said by every board member that's spoken before me. And, you know, what I would, you know, with it, after hearing, and I don't see Alok on right now, but after hearing this conversation, my hope is that the petitioner or petitioners will understand the board's position on this. And, you know, if we're committed to moving forward in this way and expanding the scope of the CMAC to include, I'd say much of what's in there. I will say there was a comment earlier about, you know, that it's sort of a free for all on cannabis advertising, and that's far from true. I mean, that's not true at all. There are guidelines. We may not like the guidelines from the state, but it doesn't mean that there aren't any. And we frankly have very little say, none, in what those guidelines are. That's a state level decision in terms of what can and cannot be, you know, advertised in what ways, and there are limitations to that. So I think that is spinning our wheels, is adding that. That's just my take on it but I think there's some other valuable, you know, areas of study that the CMAC can take on. So I don't know why the petitioners hearing this, and if this board is committed to this approach, would want to move forward with the warrant article. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because regardless of what happens with the resolution that comes before town meeting, this board has decided how it's going to approach meeting the spirit of that resolution, which is incorporating the work that the petitioners have brought forward into the CMAC. We could vote that any day now if this is something we're all on board with, and start to make happen. And it looks like Miriam's well on her way to getting the committee's sort of voice in deciding what that's going to look like. So as far as I'm concerned, this could be one less thing that we need to take town meeting's time with, a town meeting that probably is going to go multiple nights. I mean, we know it will go multiple nights. If we already have a plan, I'd love to see if we can work with the petitioners to figure this out, to you know, we're well on our way to CMAC approval of a plan and the board's approval to expand the CMAC's scope. So I don't know. I see Susan Park's hand up. I don't know who else is here, but maybe we can do that and put one more warrant article to bed.
I think Susan is trying to speak. So Devin, if you can promote her. Bernard, did you want to say something?
I just want to emphasize that, you know, Susan and others, look, should not think that we are not taking the issues that they've raised seriously. And this is how we can do them or take it seriously most effectively. We're not going to, I mean, in my opinion, my sole opinion, we're not going to roll back marijuana legalization either in Brookline or in the state, of course. But what we can do is really go out of our way to make sure that the impact on youth in particular, but also other populations is minimized. And there's a lot we can do, and you know, I think we're committed to doing that.
So Susan, just to put some parameters around this, my understanding is you're going to say what the difference is between what is being proposed as a committee versus who is currently on the CMAC committee.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay. So the study committee that Alok and I are proposing, I mean, there's 4 members that will be appointed by the moderator, and 1 would be from the school committee, 1 would be from public health, 1 would be from select board. So there are like appointments, but when we talked yesterday, we were saying that because of the new research that's coming out, especially this past year, there are going to be experts on this study committee. So they're not like volunteers who are trying to get on the committee. There are people who have expertise so that they can guide the town well on, on data collecting. So, and even though the health department might not have resources now, we did speak with the new gentleman. His name is John, and he's been employed for 2 months now. And he said that they are already starting to look at the survey that BPEN, the Brookline Parent Education Network, they're part of the Brookline Health Department, and they are starting to collect data. So I don't know if it won't fall just on their shoulders. It's like there's a combination of people, and it'll be a 9-member committee. So I think it will be significantly different than the mitigation group, because from the way I understand it, the mitigation group, they are volunteers from different precincts.
Okay, thank
They
you.
don't have expertise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So do people feel comfortable voting on this or delaying a week?
I don't know, we're
I
gonna
can-
learn anything in the next week.
So I will make the motion to refer this to the CMAC committee so that they can address some of the things raised in the warrant article into their charge. Bernard?
And can we add to that they will engage the experts that are listed in the warrant article as sort of ad hoc members of the committee, so that they have that expertise and resources that they don't have right now.
So I'll acknowledge Miriam first and then John, and then see what happens.
Thank you. So I have every intention of outsourcing expertise, or my field, we say subject matter experts. But I would like the freedom for the committee to be able to vet those subject matter experts as appropriate, rather than having it already dictated to us.
Yeah, I didn't mean specific people. I just meant.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I'm totally on the,
expertise.
yeah. I'm in agreement. We'll need subject matter experts to help chime in on some of these things, and I totally agree.
I just don't really want to put that in the motion to allow for maximum flexibility.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes.
John?
Yeah, and I don't think it should be in the motion, and I would, mainly I reacted to when Bernard said as ad hoc members. I don't think whatever we do that we need to make them experts, ad hoc members, of CMAC. So I just want to make that point. I also, just in terms of.
I use the word ad hoc to mean, for the specific purpose of.
No, I get that. Yeah, but you did say members,
Okay.
as opposed to just advisors or whatever. As to the wording of referring the subject matter of the article to CMAC, if the subject matter of the article is that there be appointed a committee of, blah, 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 is that really what we're referring to CMAC, or isn't it more, refer the concerns raised by Article 8 for, research and report by CMAC? I don't, it might sound like a minor matter, but I was a little hung up on that wording.
I mean, I kind of think you're splitting hairs.
Yeah, I don't have many.
I know. So, I mean, I think it's just easier for people to grasp a straight up referral to an already established committee. But I'm open to tweaking that motion.
I think that's clear, and I think we can even make it more clear at town meeting when expressing our recommendation that is our plan on moving forward the content of the article to have CMAC do that work.
Yeah.
Miriam?
I just want to be careful and I don't know enough about this process that, I just don't think we could take on everything in that warrant article. So it needs to be clear that by referring it to CMAC, we'll have some discretion to work some of that into our charge. But I think it just won't be possible to do everything that's and reasonable to do everything that's listed.
Yeah, my understanding is when you refer a matter to the committee, you give the committee the discretion to deal
great.
with everything. But
So thank you for that clarification. Perfect.
I may be wrong. Bernard?
It would be helpful, though, I think, for the select board, for you or someone to come up with a revision to the charge that shows how you're incorporating, those issues into your deliberations.
Well, we are literally actively working on it. So Melissa and I have a meeting, I think it's next week, Melissa. Next week, I have been receiving email input from folks on the committee. We specifically asked them to look at that warrant article. So that's happening right now as we speak. It's very likely we'll have something for everyone to look at by the town meeting.
Can I ask you to consult with Alok, who's, I think, the prime petitioner of this article, just so that, we are not ignoring, the focus of his concerns.
I'm happy to do that, but we have the warrant article in front of us. So, what I'm saying is that we've specifically, at the last CMAC meeting, I specifically asked all the CMAC members to look at that warrant article and look at what they thought was, important that we pull forward and try to take a bite out of.
Yeah, all I'm asking is that, he at least have the sense that he's being consulted. I know, it may be symbolic, but it has important value, especially when we're trying to be transparent and, reach out to the entire community on issues.
So he is here. He has asked to be promoted. We've got 4 or 5 other warrant articles to discuss tonight. I've agreed to let him speak. You're going to keep it incredibly brief and answer only whether or not you're comfortable with this being referred to the CMAC committee.
Thank you, Heather. This is Alok, the petitioner for warrant Article 9. I am actually not comfortable with having it referred to the CMAC committee for reasons I think I shared at the last select board meeting. I don't believe the CMAC committee's scope is what we're trying to accomplish with warrant Article number 9, because we're looking for a much broader membership, not just residents from areas where there are licensed retail establishments. And I think the scope is also a little bit deeper in having to, the committee, if it's done properly, will be holding many, many public hearings and gathering diverse views and diverse voices. And there's a legal component to it as well, as was discussed in the advisory committee subcommittee meeting. The advisory committee subcommittee has offered, or is in the process of offering some amendments, which the petitioners will consider. And then I think we'll be coming back with a slightly different version of warrant Article 9. There won't be any substantial changes, but there'll be some small changes. For example, the subcommittee is recommending 9 members as opposed to 7. And so there's some things like that that we'll be considering. But I don't believe the CMAC is the right place for this.
Okay, understood. Thank you very much.
I mean, I honestly would just be prepared to move no action at this point. It's I think we've like really attempted to try to meet the petitioners where they are, and I feel like we've moved substantially, and I don't know that there's been any movement in this direction, and I don't know. We could also go referral if you want, but I'd just be ready to vote no action at this point.
I think we should vote referral. So.
John, how do you feel? Thumbs up or thumbs down?
I think referral makes the point that this would be duplicative, and that's an important point that I want to make. Yeah.
Okay.
So I favor referral.
So I will move that we will, of course, entertain a motion to reconsider as new information arises, but I feel comfortable voting right now. So I will move referral to the CMAC. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you so much. Now on to another one of our sponsored warrant articles, and has a special place in my heart, Home Rule License Authority.
Mhm.
Are there any thoughts about this? I think it's pretty straightforward. I consider this housekeeping. Any thoughts about this? A reminder, it's basically alcohol licensing, getting that off of the select board's plate and to be dispensed with either through a different body or administratively. John.
Two real quick. Have any of the bodies that are reviewing this, raised concerns, questions, et cetera, that we might want to take note of and perhaps, use as a basis for a tweak or a change? And second question quickly, sorry to admit that I don't know the answer to this question. What would this board's authority be over cannabis?
Oh, that was specifically carved out.
It is
of
carved
this.
out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's too controversial to give to another body.
Yeah. Okay.
I haven't been invited to another party to discuss this this warrant article. Melissa?
So I was at the advisory committee for this discussion, and it's one of those things where there were some people on the committee that felt that the whole proposal should be in front of the legislature. Kind of the outcome of what the structure would be, and would that make it more successful that way. But we talked about, wanting to make sure that we didn't have CTOS go down this road unless the legislature was actually willing to give us this authority. And so I think there was a question of, given the shorter legislative cycle, whether or not this would be, an effort that might, not be successful. I did tell the committee that, we did talk to Representative Bertolo about, the way to structure the article, and, we followed his guidance when doing that. And I can't recall specifically, but I'm pretty sure that they supported the article. It just feels like a long time ago, even though it was last week.
Yep. So, gosh, I was dealing with this in August, and of course I wanted to have the answer to the question of like, what are we going to do when we get permission? But resources are limited in our legal department, and we only had the capacity to do one of the two things, which was to file kind of the first step, which was just to file the home rule asking for permission to do it. And I did talk at length with Rep. Vitolo about whether or not it would really impede us by not being able to answer that second part. And at the time, he seemed to think that as long as we make it pretty broad, we may actually be successful. So I really want to try on this one. And CTONS is helping me because I just don't have the legal expertise or the capacity right now to go through the section and try to figure out whether or not it should be administrative or done through a completely different licensing body. Any other thoughts on this particular warrant article? Then I could offer a motion of favorable action on, is it warrant article 4? Yes, it is. Okay. Warrant article 4, Home Rule Licensing Authority. All those in favor, Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Great. So moving on to composting. I understand that this has been revised and that we may even have staff on the line to say whether or not they are supportive of, I think the advisory committee has revised this language. Oh, great, we're promoting Aaron.
Good evening.
Good evening. So where does this warrant article currently stand, and do you support it?
Yes. So Erin Galentine, Commissioner of Public Works. This warrant article has been reviewed by the subcommittee. They actually took 2 meetings to talk about it. I spent some time with the petitioners as well. It has been modified. It was reviewed and approved by the full advisory committee as well. And I do support it as approved and modified by the full advisory committee. The modifications, one, it still recognizes composting as an integral step in our waste reduction program going forward, but I think also recognizes some limitations that SWAC and the Department of Public Works have right now in terms of implementing full mandatory composting right now. And so what you'll find with the amendment is that the resolution itself, it still has SWAC doing the work with staff, but that they'll identify any upcoming opportunities for the town to consider the expansion. And it also gives us 1 year instead of 6 months. So I think that we can do a more thorough job, and staff can support SWAC in this effort. So we do support this.
Great. Hopefully that will make our vote much easier. Any comments or questions by select board members? Raul.
I don't know if I missed this, I might have, but if the petitioners are on board with the advisory committee position, or what their thoughts are on it, do we know?
Erin, was there much pushback from the petitioners?
So I don't want to speak directly for the petitioners. I think there was some disappointment that it wasn't more aggressive, and it wasn't now with a report in 6 months and sort of a mandate for full mandatory recycling now. So I think there was some disappointment that it was not, more immediate. But from our perspective, this seems prudent and more realistic.
Any other questions? Miriam?
So just to clarify, because I was leaning no, but now, and one of the reasons I was leaning no is because of it felt like this was an undue burden on your department, but I want to be very clear. I can go the other way now.
You can go the other way. And I think I'll also just share with this board that, I've been looking for other grant opportunities as well to support us in this initiative going forward. So, I'm hoping that there'll be some resources in the future that will further help us, I think, do a really robust job with this.
Thank you.
Well, I can offer a motion. I'll offer the AC motion, favorable action. All those in favor, Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
Oh, sorry, John.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
I want to thank you all, and I also want to thank my staff, Alexandra Vecchio and Kevin Johnson, who have attended all of these meetings and really worked with me, worked with SWAC, petitioners, and advisory to come up with a solution. So thank you all, and thank you to them.
Thank you, Erin.
I will, if I can just say, sorry.
Of course.
I would also like to sort of engage as a board with town staff and thinking about what more we can do to educate folks about the available sort of private composting now. And maybe we can, I know we've done that before, maybe we can sort of revive that in the meantime while SWAC is looking at these other opportunities. to talk more about getting, the percentage of folks that are composting in Brookline up. Anyway.
100%. We fully agree.
Those opt-up green electricity signs, are great visibility. The petitioners should maybe contact the organizers that helped that campaign. It's been wildly successful. Okay, so moving on to warrant Article 15, language access. I think there is a competing version from the petitioner's original version.
So there are a couple of things to update you on this. The advisory committee took this up earlier this evening. They do have an amended motion. They essentially struck the reference to a full-time position from the bylaw. Additionally, I believe John has a motion to present, and then you received a note earlier today from the town administrator asking for a little bit more time so that he could properly respond to the issues that have been raised with this article.
Mel, did you want to say something? I saw your hand up, but now it's down.
Time.
Okay.
Whenever you think that's appropriate. Yeah.
Okay. So should we take up John's proposed language?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, let's do that.
Do you mind if I, and this won't take very long, just read the parts of my proposal that are different than what is in the original Article 15?
Please do.
I said 15 when I meant to say, what is the article? It's 15.
15. Yeah. It is 15.
Can I ask a question? Could your amendment be in the form of a resolution instead of a bylaw?
Well, I think that's a good question, but can we first look at?
Sure, okay. I just want to throw that out.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at the language.
And Devin, I believe, has 2 slides that actually have the wording so that it'll be on the screen and everybody can actually see it while I read it. Is that still true, Devin, or yes? Hi,
I just need a minute.
Okay, thanks. What I'll say while she's getting that ready is that there are 2 sections numbered 1 and 2, which are not changed at all in my proposal. And the reason I don't change them at all is that fundamentally I am in complete agreement with the purpose of this article. And I spoke very unclearly when I first spoke on this a while back, for which I apologize, because I created the impression, and it was entirely my fault, that I somehow doubted that if there is, in fact, a very clear need for additional language access services in Brookline, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind we need to do this. And from what I have subsequently learned, we absolutely need to improve on the level of language access services that we have in Brookline. I'm not speaking about the town side. I'm not speaking about the school side. I'm speaking about the town side. So I preserved in my proposed amended version, section 1 and section 2 as drafted by the petitioners, but substituted a new section 3. And here it is, implementation and communication. Implementation and communication of the language access plan shall be the responsibility of the town administrator, who shall determine staffing and budget as necessary to implement sections 1 and 2 of this bylaw. Communicate the language access plan to town department heads and to the public. And then the next slide has the remainder, which I will read as soon as it's up. And in consultation with town council and the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, the town administrator shall compose a statement of language access rights, which shall be an essential document translated to be linked to the landing page of the town website as well as published each year in the annual report. This language that's up on the screen actually is a slightly different version of what I handed out to people earlier today. I hope it's clearer. Okay, so what is the distinct difference here? The distinct difference is that the problem I'm having with Article 15 as presented by the petitioners falls into this category of prescribing how Brookline should comply with the need for improved language access services in ways that I think are much too prescriptive and in effect tie the hands of the town administrator and take away from the town administrator any discretion over the best way to do this. And the best way to do this is going to, first of all, it's going to have to be determined exactly what the level of situation is here. How much do we need to put into an immediate response, and how much do we need to put into a long-term response? And to what extent does that call for the creation of position or positions? And how should those that position or those positions be spread out within the town administrative structure? I find it to be a very, very unfortunate trend that people want to bake into a bylaw a prescription as to how to do all those things, when in fact, we have a town administrator who is not only capable of doing all those things, more than capable of doing all those things, but also, frankly, that's what we pay him for. And to take away from him the discretion over how best to manage these services, I just think, first of all, it creates a fundamental problem between the relationship of town meeting to the select board and to the town administrator. What is he to suppose will be the next intervention to tell him what to do? And also, what is the relationship of the select board to town meeting, in that if we're the ones who basically are trusted by the voters to deal with the town administrator on the delivery of town services, why is town meeting taking away from the select board their discretion over their oversight of the town administrator? So I do want the purposes of this Article 15 to be achieved, but I would like to see them achieved with a form of the article that leaves the discretion over implementation in the hands of the town administrator, where I think it belongs.
Okay. Devin, if you can take it off just so that I can see all of my select board members as we discuss. Raul.
Thanks, Heather. I know Chi-Chi's here and can maybe weigh in on her take on the AC version. I would love to know if tonight we're discussing 3 different versions, the petitioners, the ACs, and now John's, or just 2. And so I think that'd be helpful.
Okay, let's hear from Chi-Chi about the advisory committee, because I don't even really know how the advisory committee changed the warrant article.
Hi, thanks for having me back. I had thought this would conflict with the advisory committee presentation of warrant article 15. I was very much wrong. Advisory committee is now over. I'm sorry for you guys. So what advisory committee did is it took the petitioner's motion, our motion, and it simply struck the phrase full, which shall be a full-time position, so that it is no longer mandated to be a full-time position. That motion as amended did pass, I think it was 18 or 19 to 1 in advisory committee.
Were you the one?
You abstained.
I actually abstained from the amendment, but I voted in favor of the amended motion. So I'm willing, I need to consult my other petitioners, but I'm willing to accept with this amendment, with this very limited amendment of striking the full-time aspect. Because as Neil Washinsky pointed out, none of the other positions that are specified in the bylaws are specified as full-time positions.
Huh, okay, thank you. That was very clear. Thank you very much. John, I'm not sure if you knew that was the AC position. How are you feeling now?
I think it's an improvement over the original article, but I don't think it addresses, well, I guess, Chichi, if you don't mind my asking, if it doesn't say full-time position, what does it say?
It does specify a coordinator. It's just the phrase full-time after coordinator is
So
struck.
so it says there shall be a coordinator of language access services?
I don't know if that's
Melissa
the
is
exact
nodding
language.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it's only, so in section 3 point, well, it says XX in the article is file 0.3. So right after there shall be a language access coordinator, hereinafter coordinator. The language that's struck is which shall be a full-time position. So it will read, there shall be a language access coordinator within the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. That is the revised sentence with the other language struck.
So, and my reaction is improvement, but in two ways, I would still have some problems with it. One way I think the petitioner might share, which is that with the changed language, as far as I am concerned, the town administrator could essentially designate someone who's already in a staff position as being additionally the language access coordinator. It doesn't really say that any particular level of additional staffing has to be applied to this. So I think the vagueness of it is a problem. But beyond that, it still prescribes, for example, that this position has to be in the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. If we can agree that we really need to have a language access policy, I would hope we could also agree that we have a good town administrator and he can figure out how to implement that. And the proposed language that is already in Article 15 that I've preserved is very strong in its commitment to a language access policy and what that means. What is a language access policy? Yeah, it couldn't be stronger. And I commend the drafters for their language. But let's leave it to the town administrator, once we've handed this responsibility to him, to figure out how to do that. That's my proposal.
So I very might well be the swing vote on this. So my very first job at MassDOT was the Title VI specialist in the Office of Diversity. So I actually, remember, it was a long time ago, about language access and environmental justice populations. And so this issue is pretty near and dear to my heart. My understanding is that every public agency has to have a Title VI coordinator. Now, that title is usually bestowed on somebody in the Office of Diversity and is a shared title. So it's not uncommon for the ADA coordinator to also be the Title VI coordinator and so on. So, John, I really like your language because I do think that this is something that the town administrator, we do pay him to adequately staff and make recommendations as to how we allocate our resources. But I'm not opposed to the AC language, and knowing that the petitioners are okay with that language, I want to take that into consideration as well. So
is it, I don't want to put Mel on the spot, but if Mel has something to say on this, could we just hear from him on this?
Sure. And then I saw Miriam tried to raise her hand, so I'll acknowledge her in a moment. Mel, did you want to say anything?
I do.
Okay.
So I also want to, appreciate the petitioner's initiation or initiative to highlight the town's obligations for language translation services and to ensure that residents with limited English proficiency have access to important town information and services. Obviously, the town wants to do these things. I can assure you, we're not looking to try to exclude people from access. I did ask the legal department to do a brief memo, more of a briefing on what Title VI was and, what some of the standards are under that. And they did that. I believe that the town is in compliance with Title VI, but the terminology and the that is based on somewhat subjective standards. So just because we can do things better does not mean we're in violation of the law. And I take the position that the town and school department have made reasonable efforts, but we can do better. And I am committed to that. I am philosophically opposed to using bylaws to deal with programmatic elements of the town. And, I know we've done it. There is clearly precedent for doing it. That doesn't mean it's a good practice. I don't like it. I believe that some of the proposals that are being discussed are okay and, they're adequate, but I just don't philosophically agree that that's the mechanism that's used. If you wanted me to work on with the petitioners or others to develop language or a commitment that would help, I would do that. I personally have not really been involved in this at a great level. You have to understand, we are getting bombarded by proposals, and they're all well-intentioned and good meaning, and we should do all of them. We cannot do all of them perfectly and well. So I'll make a commitment to do the best we can. But if you want to go forward with a bylaw, I won't stand in the way of that. I just don't think it's the appropriate way to achieve direction in a practical and practical manner.
Thank you. Miriam, did you still want to say something? Bernard.
Marion was first.
She shook her head no.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I guess my concern is, what is the purpose of a bylaw as opposed to, for example, a resolution? The purpose is you don't trust us, or you don't trust the town administrator to actually do that. And I guess, this is something that, is clearly mandated by law. And, the town administrator is committed to doing this as part of his job. And I think that, that's probably the best way to go, as opposed to, saying in a bylaw, this is how you shall run your department. It seems to me that is not a very efficient way of doing things, and it's just bad practice. So I like John's proposal. I think the idea of Mel working with the petitioners to come up with some specific roadmap is a good idea. So that's where I am.
Raul.
Thanks, Heather. And I'll say I didn't get a chance to participate in last week's discussion, but I did watch the entire meeting last week. Looked like a good time. And just, I think the only thing I have to say now, and I say this as a petitioner and a board member, I think, I agree in principle that that not that we should never use bylaws in this way, but that we should use it in a very limited fashion. My take is that this is an appropriate use, and I'll tell you why. I think there are certain things that are about the values that we have as a community, and enshrining something in the bylaws is a way of enshrining our values, into codifying our values. And I think this is one of those things. I say this all the time, but we say things like Black Lives Matter, and more appropriate to this conversation, we say things like immigrants and refugees are welcome here. And my what I always say is prove it. Show me the policies that prove that that's the case. And I believe everybody's hearts and minds are actually in alignment with that idea about immigrants and refugees being welcome here. I truly believe that, including everybody I see on the screen right now. And we've got to find a way to enshrine this in our policies. I just think we have to. When we start to say, well, you know, I'm not going to rely on, we've got Mel right now, who again, I believe everybody, including Mel, is aligned on this. But I'm not going to be on the board forever. None of us are. And Mel's not going to be our town administrator forever, right? And if we want to make sure that this is something that we as board members and as town meeting leave as our legacy for the next generation to say, you know, this is something that we believe is important enough that it's actually part of our bylaws that we provide this kind of access. I think, frankly, you know, after hearing the conversation last week, I was even, I think, more convinced that this is something that we need to take even more seriously, because it wasn't clear that everybody actually gets the scope of the issue here, and how many members of our community who pay taxes, who send their kids to school, who get their trash picked up, etc., literally don't have a meaningful way, Google Translate notwithstanding, don't have a meaningful way to understand what is happening with their government. And I think we need the kick in the ass that this is, to say, you've got to do it. And you know, the idea of sort of coming back with a plan later on or anything like that is just not good enough. If we were going to do it, we would have done it already. We didn't. And that includes myself as a board member, at least for the last couple of years, right? This is the kick in the ass that we need. And I don't think it's overly prescriptive, frankly. It does commit us to naming somebody as a sort of to provide language access. And frankly, we need to put resources behind something like this. So anyway, I plan to continue to support. I'll accept, you know, along with Chi-Chi, the amendment from the advisory committee. But I think anything less is, you know, that we don't get that many moments like this where we get to say, look at us, we get to codify our values, we get to put it in writing, and we get to put it in policy, what it is that we believe as a community. And as far as, you know, we've I think given a lot of lip service over the last 2 years, particularly to the Asian community, but to immigrant communities more broadly in Brookline. This is an opportunity to do more than lip service, to actually put it into our policies, and I plan to continue to support it.
So John has his hand up. I want you to keep it very brief. We've got 2 more matters. And then I'll recognize Bernard. I would like to make a motion so that we can get to the other matters. John?
I absolutely agree with almost everything that my colleague just said. It's because I so agree with him that we should codify our values that I adopted, as written, sections 1 and 2. And I added to that even stronger language, compelling that there be a language access policy drafted and written and publicized, and a statement of language access rights drafted and publicized. And frankly, I was kind of prescriptive. I said it deserves to be on the landing page of our website, and it deserves to be in every single annual report. So I absolutely agree. But there shall be a language access coordinator assigned to the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations isn't a policy. That's an implementation. The implementation has to be in the hands of the town administrator. It's even more important when it's an essential policy commitment of the town, because it's got to be done right. And I don't know what makes people think that they know the answer as to how to do it right. They're so sure that they've got it right that I don't believe they even ran this by the town administrator to say, do you think this is the best way to do this? They just kind of handed it off. Hey, we've decided the best way to do it. Here it is. And that's the dangerous precedent here. That's the part of this that I disagree with. I do not disagree with the importance of the policy. It's an extremely important policy. And I thank the petitioners for putting it in front of us.
Bernard, and then I would like to make a motion.
Okay, very quick. If you want to enshrine our values in the bylaws, then do that. But implementing or enshrining the implementation in the bylaws is not enshrining the values. It's something completely different, and it really disrupts the actual carrying out of those values. You know, I think that the first couple sections of the warrant article enshrine certain values, and I don't think it should be in the bylaws, but enshrine certain values in either a resolution or whatever. But the question of how do you implement that, who does it, where, in what time frame, et cetera, those are questions that should be implemented by staff, in this case, a town administrator. And that's how you make our values effective. Not just, that's how you make our values effective. So.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to move the AC's motion language. And let's see where that ends up. All those in favor of the AC motion, say aye. Bernard?
No.
Raul?
Aye.
John? I took that to mean a no.
No, yeah.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you, John, for your work on this. I was almost moved.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
So moving on to the last two warrant articles. The second to last is 27, petitioner requirements for articles. Any discussion about this? I know that this topic has come up once before in a town meeting as to whether or not we require petitioners to fill out information. Any initial thoughts as to whether board members are supportive of this latest attempt?
I mean, I'll just say I again listened to the conversation last week about this, and I took that the petitioners mean that that this isn't overly prescriptive, and that a basically best attempt to do so. The language is pretty prescriptive. I not prescriptive, but the language is is much more stern than I think the softer approach that I heard from the petitioners when they discussed it. I just wonder how this will be interpreted down the line, and whether or not who's going to be sort of determining whether or not petitioners have met the standard that's laid out here. But I also get they also mentioned sort of the description. Also, you can write 2 words if you wanted to, and file the and meet the qualification for description. So I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with that. I think it's generally good practice for petitioners to understand the financial impacts of what it is that they're recommending to town meeting, and that they make best efforts to get a hold of that. I also know that sometimes, oftentimes, that means the burden isn't on the petitioners, is actually on town staff to figure it out. So I'm more likely to hear from Melissa and Mel and about what they think about this, and whether or not they think that this is going to put an undue burden, or is this really putting into an article what we hope folks are doing just as general practice anyway.
And Melissa, if you can work into, is this given when somebody turns in their 10 signatures at the town clerk's office, or is this just distributed by the AC? I kind of forget like what the trigger.
So I think that in the article explanation, the expectation that it would be that there would be some statement on financial impact. I think the petitioners also acknowledge that, it may be hard to enforce, but they wanted to get the sentiment out there. From my perspective, I think the most important part for petitioners to do is to engage with the department heads and to understand the priorities that the department heads have, and what the impact of new proposals will have on those priorities. That is something that I just recently spoke at the last advisory committee meeting. Part of the frustration with a lot of these articles and these proposals is that these petitioners are submitting articles without understanding what the resources that the department heads currently have available, and then what what an article will do to their current work plan. So having these conversations before the warrant articles are filed, and really trying to understand, the priorities and the commitments already in place, would be, in an ideal world, what petitioners do before they file their articles.
I don't hate it. Miriam.
I just want to ask a clarifying question, Melissa. Do you think that this warrant article does help do that, or is it still kind of missing the point?
I think that there has been plenty of guidance put out there for petitioners on how to file warrant articles and what people should do. And we still get articles that are not addressing those concerns. I appreciate the effort. If writing it within the bylaws makes it a stronger statement, I'm supportive of that. I'm just not very optimistic at this point.
Mm-hmm. John.
I guess I'm a little confused. Is this a proposed bylaw?
It's a revision to an existing bylaw requiring, or explicitly asking petitioners to put financial impact in their statements when they file their warrant articles.
Okay, I don't see that in the warrant article, but maybe it's in the explanation. So, okay, I don't know.
Looking at 27, it's right where it says the underlined section under 2.1.4.
Yeah, but I'm not looking at what you're looking at. I'm looking at the early, just sort of a submission of the early draft of the article, and I'm sorry that I don't have that other language in front of me. How are we going to enforce it? I mean, it's a bylaw. Who's in charge of saying, sorry, this submission doesn't conform to a bylaw? Does that mean it's rejected and handed back to them? What does it mean? I think the intent is obviously great. We should try to have, bylaws warrant articles as submitted be as thorough as possible in the description of what they propose to do and in the financial impacts. Whether this is the way to go about that or just better training of people in how to write warrant articles, that's the better way. I think I'd prefer the latter.
Bernard.
Yeah, training is great. But one thing that this allows us to do, and other committees that take up bylaws, is to ask a petitioner, where is your financial impact statement? And if they say, well, we don't have one, well, there's nothing we can do, but we can't take that into consideration when we vote. And explain to town meeting that this petitioner didn't bother to tell us what the impact of this article is going to be on the town's finances, and as Melissa said, the priorities of the town. So I mean, that's not enforcement, but it's a useful tool for us to use to sort of encourage people to give us all the information that we really need in order to make a decision.
Okay, so are folks ready to vote on this? Oh, I'm sorry, Raul, I didn't see your hand up.
That's okay, thanks. Maybe not. I think the only other, be careful asking a legal question at 10:43 at night when there's no, legal counsel available. But I think it's interesting. I'm more likely to support it if the thing I'm worried about is this: is someone either I don't know, the moderator or the town clerk, I'm not sure who, it wouldn't be us, rejecting a warrant article submission because it doesn't meet this criteria, and using that sometimes perhaps selectively to weed out certain articles. That'd be the only real concern I have. But again, I don't know if I don't see any enforcement mechanism or even fully understand who would enforce, as was said before, I think John said, who would even enforce whether or not someone's meeting these criteria if it's outlined in the bylaws.
So the board is responsible for executing the warrant. So I would assume that would mean that would be the board's responsibility. And I think when the petitioners spoke about this last week, they were acknowledging that it likely would, would be problematic from an enforcement perspective.
Mel, did you? Okay.
I just real quickly, I believe there's a state law that mandates the select board to insert an article with 10 signatures, 10 registered voters. I don't believe the there's anything that a bylaw could do to frustrate that state law, and that probably would come out in the Attorney General's review.
That's helpful. Thank you. Bernard?
One other thing that would come up is the honesty of the financial impact statement. And I don't think that means that this is a bad warrant article, but just it's an additional burden on the select board and other committees that look at or review warrant articles. And they're going to have a responsibility to make sure that the financial impact that we're being told is something that's real, that wasn't just made up in order to get through the the requirement.
John, please, really quickly.
Yeah, I've had a chance to not be lost anymore as to what we're looking at. And so the language that is being proposed under this warrant article is an addition to an already existing bylaw. So I withdraw my concerns over it. The bylaw already exists. This simply refines the bylaw to include financial impact. So I'm okay with that.
So are people ready to vote? Okay, I will move favorable action and see what happens. Favorable action on, is it warrant article 27? Yes.
Yeah.
All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
I'm going to abstain on this one only because I'm very interested in hearing the debate at town meeting, and I'm going to probably make my decision then after hearing, positions on either side. So I'll abstain for right now.
Okay. John?
Aye.
Miriam?
I'm actually going to vote no. And just because I'm just really unclear. I just have way too many questions. And so maybe I'll change my mind like Raul after town meeting debate, but for the purposes of this moment in time, I'm going to be a no.
Okay, and I'll vote aye. Let's see what happens at town meeting. So last but not least, polling locations, warrant article 29.
So when we spoke
Melissa?
last week, there was a revised version from the advisory committee that I can call up on my screen if that's easier for you.
Yes, please.
All right,
Yes.
just give me a minute.
Yeah.
Just had it. Here it is.
So is there agreement from advisory?
So the petitioner worked with the town clerk, essentially reducing the requirements to changes in polling locations including for early voting, and then changing in practice regarding verification of voter signatures. So a lot of the other things that were in the article originally were already mandated by state law. I think there's also an insert here where mandated by state or federal law, or with respect to changes made pursuant to collective bargaining agreement. So as an example, one of the earlier bullets talked about the office hours of the town clerk and having a public hearing before that happens. And there was discussion about the practicality. If there's a snowstorm and the office needed to close, you have to have a public hearing beforehand. We had to close because of COVID. Do we need a public hearing when those things happen? So the compromise here is on two issues in particular that the petitioner was concerned about, and this is the version that the advisory committee supported.
Great. Any questions or comments? Miriam?
Somebody please, so explain to me now, what is the point of this warrant article?
To require public hearings when there are changes proposed regarding polling locations.
And voter signatures.
Yeah.
The way that voter signatures are maintained, or the practices around voter signatures.
Got it. Thank you.
I think this is pretty straightforward. I think it's a good practice to have public hearings when changes regarding anything around our elections are being considered. Any other thoughts by select board members? Miriam, you still have your hand up, or is that a different hand? Raul?
Yeah, just the same. I think it's a good practice. I was trying to follow from the conversation last week. Does this also require the town clerk to hold any kind of, are there changes that the town clerk can make outside of the select board's authority that he would have to do anything different? I see Mel shaking his head no. So yeah, works for me.
So if there are no objections, I will move favorable action on warrant article. Is it 29? Yes, 29. All those in favor?
Heather, just to
Bernard?
be clear, the
Oh.
advisory committee version.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. The advisory committee
Amendment.
revised amendment. All those in favor? Bernard,
Aye.
Raul,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, Melissa. And that's our business for tonight, I think. I'm pretty sure. Stop me if I'm wrong.
No, I'm not gonna.
Well,
Okay.
I'm not going to stop you even if you're not, even if you are wrong.
All right.
everybody.
Okay. Good night.
Night, everybody.